It's me, Rop, your sports bro. The other guy, Suk, he is out. He is in Arizona. He'll be back on Monday. I have an exciting thing to tell you guys, though. But first, let me hit a drop. Returning to our program. After 12 weeks of paternity leave, ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Buckley is back.
Hey, how's it going,
up, dude? God.
The celebration music and everything.
We're happy to have you back. Welcome back.
Happy to be back.
Is the baby alive?
Baby's alive and well.
Is mom healthy?
Mom is healthy as well. We're all a little tired, but everyone is doing great, relatively speaking.
Great. Those are the two questions I had.
Yeah.
How was it?
It was pretty good. It was an adjustment period. I mean, everything really went as well as you could expect through labor, delivery, bringing the little guy home, getting him acclimated to everything. But life at home with a newborn and a toddler, kind of a handful.
Yeah, so your other one's what, 2?
2.5.
Yeah. So just like right in the height of...
Yeah, he is as emotional as he's ever been. Everything is the best or the worst. We're elated for, awe-inspiring moments, and then we have, hit the floor tantrums at any given moment. So
yeah, and not only that, but just that even if he didn't speak, which would be great, he's running around in danger of hitting his face on something sharp,
of course,
at all times.
Yeah.
And
Luckily,
choking.
he hasn't sustained too many of those wounds, despite the fact that he is a little bit of a wrecking ball. But yeah.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you. It is good to be back. It's there is an element of getting out of the four walls of your house that is very nice.
I was going to tell you, my neighbor behind us, he and his wife just had a baby. A little after yours. When was little Maximilian born?
Little Maze was born on November 3rd.
Yeah, his was in, I think, the 1st of December.
Okay.
So I saw up close. He got the 12 weeks as well, which I don't know. Is it 8 weeks of state and 4 weeks of company?
So I don't know. I mean, you have to work with both the state and the company to file this thing together. And then I'm not sure the percentages of who pays what. I think it's more state sponsored. And then by company, they each, I think, have a certain time that they plan to pay. But through the state, you can extend that through 12 weeks regardless of where you are, I think.
And you get paid $100?
Yeah.
$100p?
$100p.
That's great.
Yeah.
And I was going to tell you, I saw up close, because I don't know anything about little babies and newborns and stuff. I didn't even want to hold the thing. I'm terrified. But I saw up close what that paternity leave does. And I thought it was wonderful. We were talking about how, well, not me, but for example, her dad was there and we were asking, well, what did you do when you had her? Mm-hmm. And he's like, oh, I was back to work in 2 days.
Right. That's the thing is everyone used to take 48 hours or maybe a long weekend and then it's just back on the grind.
And that's just the way it was. Uh-huh. But I mean, just think of the burden on mama.
Yeah.
In that scenario. And so now it's changed and you get all this time off and it's just wonderful. I sat and watched them. We were with them some during the holidays and kept in touch with them. They kind of, holed up and did their thing over there with their new little baby and everything. They don't have a 2.5-year-old. This is their first. But it was just cute and it was wonderful. And I think it was I just think that's a great thing that we now give men that time
I agree.
off.
I think just as a society, the understanding that having an addition to your family takes a ton of work and takes a ton out of people. And, I do feel very fortunate to have gotten the 12 weeks. It's time never going to get back. It's time I got to watch my toddler grow with his new brother. And, I am thankful that I live in a state and work for a company where that's possible because it really was a special time.
Well, and that routine, that takes time, with that little sucker pooping and farting and crying all the time.
Yeah, got to feed him every 3 hours unless he's sleeping and sleeps through it.
Yeah, I mean, mama's got a lot on her plate.
Big time.
And so having you around for 12 weeks, I get that. I'm sure that helps her a ton. So
yeah, definitely. And she's still got 3 more weeks before she has to go back.
Oh, yeah?
She works out of state. She works remotely for a company in Louisiana.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Raging Cajun, huh?
That's right. They're near Shreveport.
Okay. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you kept the other one alive.
Yeah, we are too.
That's good. And good to have you back. Sorry Suk's not here. He was excited to see you.
Yeah, apparently he doesn't care much about my return.
And, it was getting a little contentious. Look, Schulte, he's wonderful. I absolutely adore Jordan Schultz, and I want nothing more than Jordan Schultz to get a radio show because it's just what he wants.
Mm-hmm.
It's what he wants in life, and he is bound and determined to get it. And I love his work ethic, and I love that, that guy's he's a hustler. He was on our show for pretty much the whole time. We had some Ortner in here too, but it was mostly him. But I got to tell you, Big Sook was riding him so hard.
Like a rented mule?
Yes. It got uncomfortable and Schulte handled it so well because if he didn't, I don't know, man. I don't know if anybody out there listening remembers our Bernie days. We had a producer named Bernie who was wonderful, very good at what he did. Got us great guests, Chuck Norris, Bear Grylls.
Dang.
Yeah,
Look at Bernie.
Bernie he had a great Rolodex. He used to do this bit called Mystery Guest.
Ooh.
And he would put it was terrifying for us, but he would put these famous people on hold and we would bring them on and we would have, they wouldn't introduce themselves. We'd have to be, kind of try to figure out who it is. He once had Chuck Norris on there.
And you didn't know he had Chuck Norris on the line?
No,
wow.
We just knew it was a mystery guest. And then we had, I think Brett Michaels was one of them, our dear friend now, Brett Michaels, whom we partied with after his show on his tour bus until the Hots showed up. And then, of course, guys like me get kicked out. Who else? Bear Grylls. I don't know. There were other mystery guests. I'd have to... I know one. At that time, we were very into the John Parr song, St. Elmo's Fire. Or is that the name of the song? What's the John Parr hit?
Let me find out. I'm sure we have it in the system.
Yeah, and then he put John Parr on, and John Parr, he was overseas, and he wanted to come to...
St. Elmo's Fire?
Is that what it is? Yeah, Man in Motion.
Man in Motion, there you go.
Yeah, that song. We were into that song. And so he put
that song kind of rips.
Oh, dude, it's great. You're right. That song does rip, and you play it now, you shimmy. Back then we were shimmying to it. He put John Parr on, and by the end of the phone call, John Parr wanted to come out to Oregon and do a show. He was like, hey, I'm going to come out there and put on a show for you guys.
That is awesome.
And we're like, that's great, but our company isn't going to pay for it. So, and then of course that fizzled. At any rate, Bernie, he was great.
An Odyssey station.
But Bernie and Sook, Sook he's got those bully tendencies, and he just finds somebody and he picks. And he picked at Bernie so hard. Bernie was fired 8 months into his gig. He got railroaded.
That's not very long.
No, it was a budget thing. He got totally hosed. He moved all the way out from Cleveland, and then they fired him 8 months later.
That's brutal.
Yeah, it was brutal. I felt bad for him. But again...
An Odyssey station.
But Sook was all over him, so maybe it was for the best. And Sook was all over Schulte quite like that. He just would not lay up. So,
like in regards to
everything,
what it takes,
and yes, anything Schulte said, it just was, I don't know. As a third party observer, it was getting uncomfortable.
Okay.
And I like Schulte, but and I appreciate everything he did for us. But I'm happy you're back. I really
thank you.
Buck Wild. All right. Well, we've got a big show. Joey Harrington is on our show at 5:30. It's interesting that you come back on a Friday just in time for
the
Roppin'
weekend?
the Bank.
Oh, yes. Yes, well, indeed.
No, just in time. Yeah, for the weekend, too. But
that's more of a Rop move.
Yeah, no kidding. Back for one day. I can handle one day and then take two more off. So we've got Roppin' the Bank at 5:15. Our picks against the spread for these games this weekend. Joey 5:30 and some other cool stuff. Let's get our poll question in. It is on X at 1080 The Fan, as always, brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Today we are asking you very simply, who will be playing in the Super Bowl? Lions Chiefs, Lions Ravens, Ravens Niners, or Niners Chiefs? Vote hard. Yesterday we had this question: if Jared Goff wins the Super Bowl, who is his modern quarterback comp? And isn't that interesting? One. Yeah. Do you want to guess who was on there? Who you think it would be?
Like his comp in history, like the quarterback who'd won a Super Bowl that he's most like?
Correct. All four of these guys won a Super Bowl, within the last 10, 15 years.
So let's say I would guess that maybe Flacco would be on there.
He's on there.
I would guess that... I'm trying to think who else I'd put on that list. Man, Jared Goff. I'm trying to think of other guys. I mean, Dilfer?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think it would go that far either.
Well, there's an obvious one.
Okay.
Who was he traded for?
Oh, Stafford?
Yep.
Okay.
And then Nick Foles and Russell Wilson.
I forget that the Rams won the Super Bowl. I think I've blacked that memory out for Jaquaski Tart dropping the interception that Stafford threw in the conference championship game.
Yeah, you being a Niner fan, that probably hurts.
Yeah, that didn't like that one.
So the winner was Matt Stafford, 48%. Joe Flacco, 30%. Nick Foles, 18%.
Foles, okay.
Russell Wilson, 4%. And that's interesting because I got to be honest, I don't know if I give Jared Goff as much credit as I should. I think he's more of like Joe Flacco, some ups and downs, but played really well when it mattered for his contract and then for the Super Bowl run. But if you look at Goff's numbers, they're closer to Stafford. And Stafford, I think of Stafford as damn near elite. Like that guy's just effing good.
Well, yeah, I mean, he just used to just let it rip and air it out for like 4,000 yards a season rolling out of bed. It was no issue. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Goff, it's weird too because I think that, do you give Goff a bump because he does so well indoors and he plays all of his home games indoors and there's that element too. But he's a weird guy because I don't think he has that elite arm talent, but I think he's a good quarterback. So that's who I would be trying to compare to, guys who maybe don't have the best arm but were good quarterbacks. Eli Manning. Eli Manning was 500 as a starter in his career, but he won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah. He'd probably be better on there than Russell Wilson.
Probably.
Well, in hindsight.
I kind of like Russ, though, because I think, if you ask this question even like 3 years ago, Russ doesn't belong on that list. What has happened in Denver has completely changed the perception of who he is and I think probably his legacy a little bit.
Did you see they were chanting Jared Goff's name at the Red Wings game last night?
No, I saw that they were chanting it in Detroit for their football games, but no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, the Red Wings were playing at home and they were chanting Jared Goff. He wasn't even there.
Amazing.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's cool for him.
It is, because he seems like a pretty nice guy.
Because he's the quarterback who wasn't coveted in that deal.
I tell you, we interviewed him at Pac-12 Media Day back in the day.
Boring?
Oh, my God. My conclusion with him was there is not much going on upstairs.
Yeah, we covered him a lot when I was at my post in the Bay Area doing TV production, that was when he was at Cal and then ended up going on to be the #1 pick. And so we were doing tons of stories because he was from the Bay Area, played high school in the Bay Area, and it was hard to pull good content out of some of those interviews.
Yeah, but he seems to be handling it really well now. There's always a smile on his face now, but he's interesting guy. Maybe I don't give him enough credit, and this is obviously a big game for him
huge
to help his legacy. But we'll get into that later. Somebody texted the Vancouver Ford text line. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. That number is 503-864-6326. And somebody said, should Jared Goff get bonus points for doing it in Detroit? And that's interesting. And that goes to something we're going to talk with Joey Harrington about. And that is yes, it's Detroit, but he also has a really good team and a good coach there. It's like, it's almost luck, right? It's like he's pretty good quarterback, but if he were drafted when Joey Harrington was drafted and thrown in where Joey Harrington was thrown in, he's Joey Harrington.
That's the thing. So much of these quarterbacks are products of circumstance. Like Brock Purdy is the one who everyone's pointing to right now. Like, well, Brock Purdy's not that good. He has all these weapons. Whereas I think guys like Mahomes and Jackson are getting more shine right now because their weapons are either limited or have been depleted. Like Mahomes doesn't have receivers. Mark Andrews has been out for Baltimore, and those quarterbacks are still finding a way. Whereas you look at someone who's doing what he's supposed to with the weapons he have, and that's probably closer to Goff because he's got a lot of great skill players around him.
Yeah, and I don't know. We're going to talk about this, and we'll get into this hour. I am not one that is rooting for Detroit the way other people are. I get the love affair with Dan Campbell. I think he's fun. And he's gruff and people like that and, biting kneecaps and just kind of a man's man. I get that. But I also, I kind of don't really get.
And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
I don't really get the sort of the city thing, like the blue collar, like blue collar is everywhere, right? Like that doesn't really fly with me. Like there's a lot of Pittsburgh is like that.
Sure.
Like I don't, So outside of it just being we're rooting for a team that just has not been able to get out of its own way for 35 years.
If you just want to make it the lovable losers like the Cubs or somebody else, then that's fine.
I guess.
But like, I mean, people like the hasn't won for a while and now they're here underdog story. I think
they do. Yeah,
but that's different when
true.
you're talking about, I think. Because
yes.
you're also giving
what I'm talking about is like
sympathetic for the city because it has a reputation that's different than the others.
And it's been through a lot.
Sure,
you know, and that I get to, but I don't know. They're just they're a good team, and just like I don't know. I kind
of get what you're trying to say.
I don't really pull for them the way others do.
Because at this point, it doesn't feel like it makes sense to
I don't care. They're a good team. Like it's
and the city has nothing to do with it.
Exactly. And it's like Jared Goff doesn't have them. Like Jared Goff is good, but he got a good roster. And give Dan Campbell a lot of credit, but it's like the Lions and Browns every once in a while can win. And they can finally put together a good roster. Hell, my Royals were the Lions of baseball and just came out of nowhere with a good roster. Yeah. And I guess maybe people were rooting for them too because
the Warriors were that in the NBA for years. They were terrible. They were cellar dweller before they ran into Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe well, let's talk about it. And anyway, that's our poll question today. Who will be playing in the Super Bowl? And we will answer that question for you coming up as well. It is 3:17 on The Fan.
The Fan is on in your home and where you work.
It's just us and no one else.
Good explanation.
The Fan on your smart speaker is brought to you by Red Tail Golf. Red Tail's junior golf program is in session now. Sign up for the junior club or their spring break golf camp, March 25th through the 29th. Visit redtailgolf.com or call 503-646-5166 and tell your smart speaker to play 1080.
I couldn't believe how entertained I was. When you talk about the top
That song of the horns. I freaking love the horns.
Yeah, horns in a song in this era were fantastic. Like, Higher Love has that by Stevie Winwood. The horns make a big difference. I always hear this song and I think of like a tank top Rob Lowe with an earring playing saxophone from the movie St. Elmo's Fire. This was him. His band played this.
Well, it's the greatest thing John Parr ever did. And I tell you, he came across as a little desperate for publicity when we had him on 10 years ago or whenever that was. But we love you, John. All right, let's talk about these games. Somebody said the Vancouver Ford text line. They said Detroit is a good story. This is our friend John Bertrand. Texts in quite a bit. He said Detroit is a good story. Not every story has a good ending. I agree with that. I think the Niners are going to take care of business against the Lions. We'll get to that later. But I'm asking the question, well, it's not the question of why are we rooting for Detroit. I get that. It's the underdog story. I totally get it. It's like when the Cubs finally got over the hump, or maybe even the Red Sox. Although I don't know how many people were rooting for the Red Sox to break the curse.
I feel like it was a lot,
so?
especially because they had to get through the Yankees to get there first, I think. And I think people maybe don't have the same. Because Boston had other teams winning at that point, right? I mean, like the Patriots had already been.
Everybody.
So it's not like you're like the whole city has been in this state of turmoil. It was just the Red Sox.
Yeah, I don't know. So I'm not asking the question, why are we rooting for Detroit? I get that. It's the underdog story. Maybe Dan Campbell's a little more relatable than obviously a Bill Belichick, but maybe it's the question of, John said Detroit is a good story. I guess my question is why? I don't know. I think it's kind of pathetic, that franchise, how long they've sucked, and now they have a good team. I guess I would say it's about time. Like, why is that such a great story? It's kind of a sad story, really. But
right. It just means you failed more than everybody else.
They were really, 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 really bad. Probably the worst in all of sports.
Like when the Browns find a good quarterback and they list all the bad ones they have, it's like, you've been like, I guess you could celebrate that you've maybe finally found a good one.
Yeah,
but like,
great example there. But the Browns are a great example. How many people were rooting for the Browns to fall flat on their face? I think a lot. Because they've just continued to fall flat on their face. Why is that not the case with the Lions? Why then is it with the Lions? It's like, we all love them and we have to be behind them.
Well, for one, at least this year, Deshaun Watson is a reason that nobody wanted the Browns.
Yeah, but he was out. Joe Flacco was in. I mean, there was nothing not to love about the Browns in the playoffs, because you had Joe Flacco off the scrap heap, who the stupid Jets didn't even want, and they had 8 million injuries on defense, and yet there they were with 11 wins, still really good, and favored in a playoff game, plus the lovable loser thing. The Browns never do anything good. So it's like, why is that? And I felt like everybody was laughing when the Browns got blown out, and yet the Lions we're going to be sad. I don't know. I don't really see much of a difference, but we don't need to belabor it. Somebody else brought up this, and I totally forgot about this, but Goff was the one who on Hard Knocks admitted that he didn't know where the sun rose and set.
I remember that vividly, but had completely forgotten about it. That text jogged my memory too. What a moment. What an admission.
Yeah, and he went to Cal Berkeley.
Yeah.
Boys ass!
I mean, come on.
You don't play school.
Yeah, like this guy says, I love watching the Lions lose every Thanksgiving. It's tradition. Yeah. I don't know. And, the city of Detroit. Somebody said, worst city right now, Detroit or San Francisco? That's actually a good question. Detroit, Suk went to a Red Wings game earlier this year, and last year, he said that downtown Detroit was great.
Since I've moved here, I have heard far more good things about Detroit and bad things about San Francisco than the opposite of that.
I think Detroit's doing better than San Francisco.
I would imagine it is. Yeah.
So let's root for San Francisco. Like, nobody's going to root for them.
Yeah! Let's do that!
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
No, we should do that.
Can you imagine Lions fans invading Vegas, though? I kind of want to see that.
Yeah, sure.
And if it were the Bills, let's say it were Lions.
Oh, man.
Bills.
If it were Lions-Bills, that would be an epic fan matchup.
Could those fans bring Vegas to its knees?
Maybe the Bills fans, especially. Like I was listening to a podcast where a guy who was covering the game and attended the game said he has never been in a place with more upset, immature men for 4 hours than Buffalo on Sunday.
Interesting, because they have a pretty good reputation.
No, they're fun, but they live and die with it, and things not going their way. It was a brutal Sunday.
Nothing makes us babies like sports.
Yes, 100%.
We're turning off.
That was me watching Kansas lose in the tournament.
I love that clip.
Yeah, I certainly have my share of little baby meltdowns. So the question is, poll question today, AAA Heating and Cooling on X at 1080 The Fan, who will be playing in the Super Bowl? I think it's going to be Ravens-Niners. I know that's what's probably going to win the poll. I think that's what everybody thinks. Those are the two favorites. I know that's boring. But I will say, I think we've got a good weekend in store. There are always surprises. The NFL, you just never know. I mean, you've got, in these two games, you've got scoring offenses. We have number 2 in Baltimore in the NFL. We have number 3 in San Francisco. We have number 5 in Detroit. And we have number 14 in Kansas City. Scoring defenses, we have 1, 2, 3, Baltimore, Kansas City, San Francisco. And then we have number 23 in Detroit.
Yeah.
But I bet you in one of the two games, there's a lot of drama. There's going to be something.
I think there will be.
There's going to be something.
I think both games will be close.
You think so?
I think the Niners could cover. I think that they may win convincingly, but I think Detroit's going to score points, and I don't think it's going to be obviously Niners from the jump, and I think that Ravens KC will be close.
That's the one I'm looking at to be an all-timer.
I hope so.
Jackson versus Mahomes. It's one of those things where, and we'll come back and talk about this. As people break down this game. And Suk broke it down yesterday. He loves Baltimore, and he was breaking down how he believes that X's and O's wise, Baltimore could pummel Kansas City. But you always go back to, and I've heard this a million times, listen to any talking head talking about this game, you going to bet against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid?
And that was the old adage, like, who wants to bet against Tom Brady? This is where we are now. And, and I guess you can try to go against that if you want, and you might be right, but I'm not going to be picking that game straight up because I'm unwilling to. I mean, I think Suk could be right. I think the Ravens could be the better team and have the advantage, but I ain't ready to bet against Mahomes.
Well, there's always the on-paper matchup, and it's very logical, and you can look at stats, and you can look at scheme, and you can look at matchups, and all of that matters. But then you just have special teams, like you're saying. You have special quarterbacks, Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, and they just always seem to find a way. That's what's like
awesome. They're gamers. That's like Mahomes especially. Like his supporting cast this year has been garbage. I mean, he's had some help in the run game, but Kelsey has not been what he had been in the past, and he can't find a receiver to save his life. And yet here they are, 6th straight of these games.
Yeah, and I think you've got the two favorite head coaches, John Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan. They have a history of kind of gacking it.
Definitely Shanahan.
Gacking it. John Harbaugh's blown a lot of leads.
I guess I don't necessarily associate him with that as much, but I'm sure you're right. I definitely think Shanahan, especially that Patriots Super Bowl, that still hangs over him. But there have been plenty of close 49er playoff losses that people are like, what was Shanahan doing?
It's hard to kill Patrick Mahomes. So I'm fired up. It's going to be a good weekend. Let's come back and talk a little bit about it. You can text the Vancouver Ford text line at 503-864-6326. It is 3:31. Here's Buck.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk.
Back Monday. Buckley is back. I forgot to do this, but I was going to set the over-under on mistakes by Buckley today that are glaring.
I fully expect some anti-producing from myself today.
Yeah, I was going to set it at about 5.5. And so far, so good through the first 30 minutes.
It has been smooth to a degree. I think we're doing okay. Everything seems to be on the rails, but no promises we won't fall off the bike once or twice.
Yeah, it's just been a while. And it is like riding a bike.
It's strange. Like mechanically, the way that this side of things all works, it is a little bit mentally taxing to get yourself back in the rhythm. Like figure out how all that stuff was supposed to go again after not doing it for 3 months.
Well, when we hear a mistake, I'm going to play this. And if we get 6 of those, we hit the over.
Okay.
But I have faith in you.
I think I might bet the under. Can I bet against you on that?
I'm not taking the over.
Ropping the bet coming at 5:15.
Well, it should be a good championship weekend. At least I hope. I hope they're both of these games aren't blowouts. I think, when I was mentioning the scoring defenses, you have scoring defense number 1, Baltimore, scoring defense number 2, Kansas City, scoring defense number 3, San Francisco, and scoring defense number 23, Detroit. That, to me, is where I think a blowout could be. I think one of these things is not like the other, and it's Detroit's defense. I feel like Brock Purdy should have a field day against them, and that could open up the run game. And I just feel like the Niners who win this game by double digits. I bet it, and I feel confident about it. The other one, that's where it gets good. Somebody texted and said, I just think it's going to be close because the Chiefs seem to be pretty damn healthy on defense. And Steve Spagnuolo makes amazing adjustments during games. Their defense has been amazing in second halves for like the last 8 weeks.
They've been incredible.
Yeah, I said no more than 7 points a game after halftime. And he's right. Mm-hmm. Steve Spagnuolo is the unsung hero in Kansas City, and I think that is you want to talk about key heavyweight matchups in Ravens Chiefs. It's Spags versus Monken. Yeah, because I think he's right. I think Spagnuolo. I can see Baltimore coming up with something cute and cool in the first half that gives Spagnuolo and Kansas City's defense a little trouble. Lamar's tough, right? Sure. They've got a lot of weapons. Mark Andrews is back today.
Yeah, and by the way, the Ravens are excellent at scripting out the beginning of their games and having things go the way they want. Exactly. Lamar's numbers covering first half spreads are like through the roof. He's almost at like 70%.
That's right.
Because they're so good early in the game before teams adjust to him.
Harbaugh is known for throwing in wrinkles that you haven't seen. Mm-hmm. So once Spagnuolo gets in there and at halftime, he's been tremendous. And I could see a scenario where he helps keep a sputtering Kansas City offense around in the game because he is able to neutralize what Baltimore's throwing at him. So, that's one area that Texter brings that up, and that's a pretty damn good point. I just hope at least one of them we get some drama. I was thinking today about, and all these games run together after so many years, but I was thinking of my favorite championship weekend games, and 2 came to mind. I don't, I know there's some great Cowboy Niners games, and you may remember some from your childhood being a Niners guy. I just can't remember what was and what wasn't a championship game, but there are 2 that jumped to my mind that I do remember. One is obviously a couple years ago where the Chiefs were beating Joe Burrow and the Bengals handily, and Cincinnati came back at Arrowhead and beat them.
That's right.
I think the score was 21-3.
And I remember that happening, but I don't remember it as vividly as one involving the Chiefs. I think that Chiefs-Bills stunner, was that a championship? Was that a conference championship? The one with Tyreek Hill blew by Jordan Poyer, and they scored with they were down 13, and they needed a score, a stop, a score, and they got all of that, and they
the 13-second game?
Yes, that game.
I don't think it was.
Was it not a championship game? It was just divisional?
I'd have to look that up. I don't remember that being a championship game.
That one just sticks out in my mind as a recent one.
Well, and how about the Seahawks Packers? You remember that game? That game. Well, and this wasn't a great game. The Seahawks were getting their ass kicked by Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, whatever year that was, and it was I think it was 19-7. And all of a sudden, 4 minutes left, all of a sudden the Seahawks did everything right. They got the onside kick and got it to overtime. That was a great one. It wasn't a great game, but it was a great finish. And of course, Seahawks fans remember that. But I hope we get at least one close game. I would be It's not going to be fun to crack the mic on Monday and talk about 2 blowouts, but
No, I don't think we're going to get that, though.
It's possible.
I think, and similarly, like you like the Spagnolo Monken matchup. I like it on the other side. I listened to a lot of podcasts when I'm feeding an infant in the middle of the night, and one of an analyst I heard was talking about how Ravens' opponents' offenses average way more plays with less than 10 seconds on the play clock than any other team, because the looks that Mike McDonald's defense gives them are meant to be confusing, meant to throw them off, not show them where the pressure's coming from, disguising them, and that basically it's quarterbacks trying to figure out what's happening at the line so they can get themselves into the right spots. I think Mahomes is excellent at that, but I'll be interested in that matchup as well.
Well, that matchup, you know who the OC is in Kansas City? Now, it's largely Andy Reid, don't get me wrong, in Patrick Mahomes, but you know who technically the OC is there in Kansas City?
Oh, is it Nagy?
Yep,
Yeah,
Matt Nagy. The Mike McDonald Matt Nagy matchup. The double doink head coach, former head coach of the Bears. All right, so you bring that up. What about John Harbaugh? You know, he's interesting. There's a good article on John Harbaugh in the Wall Street Journal today, and it talks about why he's so good and worth discussing. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Duck fans, that was close.
the 13-second game where the Chiefs forced overtime in 13 seconds and then won. That was divisional round because conference championship weekend was the Bengals going in there and coming back and beating Kansas City that next week.
That's right. Okay, same season.
Yeah, and then the Bengals went to the Super Bowl and lost to your Rams.
Not my Rams.
Matthew Stafford. That was a good year because that was a good game too.
Bengals that was a one-possession game. 49ers dropped an INT that could have got them to the Super Bowl. Didn't.
So there was a good article on John Harbaugh, coach of the Ravens. It was in the Wall Street Journal today, and it basically said, he's a special teams coach, or was. He has never been a coordinator, which is interesting, right? And they were making the case in this article that is actually John Harbaugh's secret sauce. Because he has never been a coordinator, he has no Bible. He has no playbook.
That's interesting.
On either side, right? You never think of it this way, do you?
Yeah.
And what that does is it makes him adaptable to new ideas and to new schemes and not being beholden to a certain set of principles. A lot of these guys, like maybe this is why Bill Belichick's not getting another job, at least not yet. It's like, look, man, you're great. Clearly, you know what you're doing. Won a few rings, but you're stubborn. It's the same thing. And you just came off of 4-win season. Maybe need to be a little bit more nimble, a little bit more adaptable. Well, John Harbaugh is, because there's no set principle.
Yeah, he doesn't have like a playbook backbone, so to speak. Like everything stems off.
He's like, this is what I do.
Right.
And, it said in there, he's coached on all three units. Obviously, he was a special teams coordinator, but he's coached offense and he's coached defense. So they're like, he's the ultimate football coach. He knows everything about both sides. But what he can do and what he's done really well is he has melded together a lot of different principles into one. And he's evolved. They gave him a lot of credit for Wink Martindale, for example, who just flamed out with the Giants. He's a hell of a defensive coordinator.
Didn't he reportedly not show up for his exit interview?
Yeah, I guess he and Brian Dable, just got after each other and it ended ugly. But Martindale's a good defensive coordinator.
Yeah, he is. He'll land on his feet somewhere. Has he already?
I don't know about that. See, he's a great example. Martindale's a great example of what we're talking about. He's a defensive coordinator with the principle that all the guy does is blitz. He blitzes and he blitzes more and he blitzes more. And he's really good. He's a good coach, but that's what he does. If you want that, you like him. If you don't, go a different direction. He's not coming off of that. Well, to John Harbaugh's credit, Martindale as his defensive coordinator, who was very successful, won a Super Bowl with him there. Harbaugh realized that he blitzed too much. And when Patrick Mahomes came into the league, especially Kansas City was torching them. You can't blitz Patrick Mahomes. He's going to kill you. So he made a change. And then on offense, this article points out that the Harbaugh sister, believe it or not, gets credit.
Joni?
What's her name?
Joni, I think is her name.
Joni.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gets credit for pointing out, or for at least telling John about Todd Monken at Georgia, who is their new offensive coordinator. Yeah, because she's married to
Tom Crean.
Tom Crean, who is the Georgia basketball coach.
I had no idea that's where he was now. I mean, I remember him obviously at Indiana. That's where he was before, right?
Yes.
And then he bounced somewhere else. I had no idea
He's
he was
insane.
at Georgia.
Yeah, he used to be at Marquette. They were talking about him at Kansas before Bill Self got hired. I was like, this guy, glad they didn't hire him. He's crazy. Tom Crean. But his wife is the Harbaugh sister.
He fits. He could be a third Harbaugh brother with his little
100%.
crazy. Like,
can you imagine?
He fits that family so well.
Imagine their.
I mean, Joni married one of her brothers, basically. By marrying Tom.
Yeah, imagine their Christmases and then imagine the Harbaugh Christmas, and then throw in Tom Crean.
You know what? I have heard about those. Because when I was in the Bay Area, we covered the Harbaugh versus Harbaugh Super Bowl. So we did tons of family feature stuff and stuff like that. And one of the things they said is that Jim is the most competitive one of the bunch, and that they will at holidays still play basketball on the hoop outside until someone bleeds, and it's always Jim making someone bleed.
Yeah, and then throw in Tom Crean running up and down the sideline,
screaming at people.
Yeah, like it's crazy. Anyway, she's the one that recommended Todd Monken because she sat there and watched him win 2 titles at Georgia as the offensive coordinator. And Monken, I believe he's got an extensive NFL background. He's not just a college guy, but he happened to be at Georgia. And so, the Georgia offense carves its way to 2 titles. She says, hey, you should look at this guy. He meets with Monken, and he liked the fact that while Monken was a big spread offense guy, like Harbaugh wanted with the new offense, they wanted to spread it out. They have Lamar Jackson, that makes sense. Some of the spread principles that are taking over in football, he wanted a little bit more of that. Monken had that. But the other thing he loved about Monken was he was much like Harbaugh in that he was adaptable in the sense that he was like, hey, we're going to do this, but we're not going to lose sight of the run game. That's the NFL. You got to be able to run the football. And that's exactly what Harbaugh liked. So both guys very adaptable. And that has worked. When Monken was hired as offensive coordinator, I'm not sure there was a whole lot of criticism, but there was a lot of really guy from Georgia.
Well, and
how's this going to work?
I'm looking up his resume. He was the OC in Tampa for 2 years. Actually, it looks like 3 years and then 1 year with the Browns. So he didn't exactly have a lot of success. And Tampa wasn't very good during that stretch that he was there from 2016 to 2019. I think it was right before they got Brady.
Well, it helps when you have Lamar.
Yeah, it does.
But at the same time, I just think that's a good look into why John Harbaugh has been successful. And he is not a guy who is lording over either side of the football. But he's smart, he's adaptable, and he's willing to admit mistakes and grow and evolve and change. So who's the next guy who has no offense or defense and is just a pretty sharp guy and a good leader that's open to new ideas? Who's that? Hire that guy. That's the next John Harbaugh. But that was a pretty good look at Harbaugh.
Do we know who that is? Who that would be?
In the Wall Street Journal. Well, I mean,
because I feel like those guys are so unknown, right? Like,
well, everybody's hiring all the the offensive coordinators with
from the various coaching trees
with specific scheme. Now the Shanahan tree, that's worked well. All those guys are good.
Yeah,
LaFleur and McDaniel and Shanahan and McVay. Slowick is from that.
Yep, that's right.
Cut from that cloth. And he may still, I don't know if he's still in on the Seattle job, but he's still out there.
Who do we, I've been gone for this entire vacancy. Who do we think is going to be the guy? Who do people want to be the guy in Seattle?
We were talking a little bit about that yesterday. I don't know. I would hire Vrabel.
Yeah, I think Vrabel would be a great get. I don't know if you could get Ben Johnson out of Detroit, but that would be a great get, I think.
Well, there's only 2 teams left that need a coach, and clearly, surely they're waiting to talk to Ben Johnson.
You would think. I guess I had heard some reports or read some reports, and this was maybe a couple weeks ago, but that he likes it in Detroit so much, it would have to be a boatload of cash to get him out of there. So, which not many coaches have said before.
Well,
but makes it interesting.
Some of these teams have a boatload of cash if they really like him. Yeah.
Except for maybe Mark Davis.
But, it is interesting to read this about Harbaugh compared to the more rigid type guys. And maybe Vrabel, maybe that's why Vrabel hasn't gotten a gig. A little more rigid. Yeah. And Belichick as well, not getting gigs. So
yeah, and the Seahawks are a huge culture organization. Pete was a culture guy.
Yeah, I was reading that. So Dan Quinn has interviewed twice. He interviewed again yesterday. Well, Raheem Morris interviewed twice, but he got hired in Atlanta. And then you have the defensive coordinator from the Panthers, Avero.
I don't know him.
He's interviewed twice.
Okay.
Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham has interviewed twice, and so has Giants offensive coordinator Mike Kafka. Now, Kafka I don't get because the Giants offense is dreadful.
Yeah. But I know that he's kind of been a rising star. Like he elevated very quickly through the coordinator ranks. I think he's a really young guy. Text line, Vancouver 4 text line telling us that notable Seahawks fan and NFL analyst on ESPN, Mina Kimes, thinks it should be McDonald from Baltimore.
Yeah, and they could be waiting to talk to him too.
Yep.
Somebody brings up Dan Campbell. Is Dan Campbell that guy who doesn't really have an offense or a defense, but is a good leader and adaptable?
Because he was just a position coach, right?
Yeah, he was tight ends coach. That's a good one.
That's like Campbell working was like Singletary failing, like Mike Singletary with the Niners. He was doing from a position coach right in. Singletary had never been a coordinator at that point in time. He just went right from linebackers to head coach, and it was a disaster.
Well, but I think that shows. Wasn't he? He's just a little.
He's a special case.
He's just not a great leader.
That's true.
He was
terrible at that part of it. And Campbell gets buy-in, it seems like.
Yeah, he brings people together.
Yeah.
That's a good comp, Campbell to Harbaugh. to John
Yeah, that's a
Harbaugh.
solid one.
I like that. All right, we must break. When we get back, some texts on this weekend's games, how you guys are feeling about that. We'll have Joey Harrington later. But I've also got a college segment. I've been meaning to do this, but is Oregon waltzing into the Big Ten with the league's best quarterback? We'll get to that as well. It's 3:58 on The Fan. far. No mistakes from a rusty Ryan Buckley.
Yeah, we don't have a knock on wood drop. Maybe we should.
You're doing great.
Thanks.
Good to have you back, buddy.
Good to be back.
Big Sue could be back on Monday.
What's he up to?
He went to Arizona
Okay.
to go to a car show, like an auto auction.
Oh, nice. I think he's done that once before.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds cool.
Well, one of his good buddies is an auto dealer, and they go down. I guess this is a big one.
All
I don't know.
right.
You car bros would know. I guess it's one of
Party
the
on.
biggest ones in the U.S., and he's going to get some sunshine, chasing some sun.
There you go.
I can't blame him. So he'll be back Monday. Hey, real quick, the first annual Fan Winter Golf Classic is here. We are going to host shows on Tuesday, February 27th out at X Golf Vancouver and X Golf Tualatin. Suk and I will be at Tualatin. Danny and Dusty will be in Vancouver. And you can sign up your threesome at 1080thefan.com. You can play at noon or 4 o'clock at either location. And it's simulator golf. It's going to be nice and warm. It's going to be nice and dry. It's going to be nice and boozy, if that's your thing.
I've never played simulator golf, but I would like to.
Well, here's your chance.
Yeah, well, no, I'll be producing here.
That's true. Yeah,
If
it's
you can
great.
get me on location, then great.
No, X Golf's great. I mean, the simulator thing is blowing up for a reason. It's more convenient, takes less time.
Well, yeah, I have a
fun.
buddy up in Spokane, and basically he's like, the weather's so bad, but me and my golf buddies want to get together. They
Yeah.
have like a weekly league. They go down there, they can play 18 at a course that's like renowned in like 90
Yep,
minutes, and
that's right.
and have beers while you do it. Food brought over. Sounds like a pretty good deal.
It's fantastic. So the winner, so if you win, you will get a free foursome into the Summer Fan Golf Classic, which is the 10th annual. And then last place gets a free lesson. So that's at X Golf, Tuesday, February 27th. Go to 1080thefan.com now for more info and to sign up your threesome. Okay, so, man, we've got a lot going on here. We've got Joey Harrington next hour, Roppin' the Bank next hour. Some late-breaking sports news. Sharon Moore, as Buck told you during the update there, is going to be the coach at Michigan. That's no surprise. He went 4-0 when Harbaugh was suspended.
And he had that epic emotional speech.
Yeah,
It was a little much.
they had to. It was a little much because Harbaugh, I don't know. We don't need to rehash that whole thing, but freaking Harbaugh being like,
Harbaugh just doesn't care.
and I love that about Jim Harbaugh.
And that's
but
why he should be in the NFL.
it wasn't like the guy died. I mean, they were acting like he
Right?
died.
Yeah, they're like eulogizing him and everything he'd done. It's like he's just suspended for breaking the rules again.
Tone it down, Sharon. Well, I think they had to hire this guy. I mean, it's too late in the cycle now. You got to keep the staff together. You got to keep players there. So I don't know. Their hands were kind of tied. All the other coaches have been locked up. I mean, I don't know what else they were going to do, but Sharon Moore will be there for what, 4 years tops? What do you think?
Oh,
Who's
man.
out first,
So-
Kalen DeBoer or Sharon Moore?
Moore. I feel like there's a better chance of. Well, see, it's not that like Moore couldn't be good. He might be. I think that Michigan might be waiting for the other shoe to drop with some sanctions, some allegations. I don't know if like the Harbaugh stuff is all going to go away because he's gone, and they might need to have a year or two where they step back. And if that's the case, maybe Moore's the guy to get them through that, and then they go get a big name after.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know much about Sharon Moore, but
Michigan feels like a big name school to me, and it's not that Sharon Moore couldn't be the guy to do that. I mean, you've got Dan Lanning at Oregon now, who's a household name and wasn't, when he first got hired, and maybe Moore's all that.
it feels a little Helfrichy
It does.
to me.
That you're going to be able to kind of keep the boat afloat with the other guys, all the other guys' stuff. Yeah,
Yep. And then, boom, 4 wins and you're out.
yeah, that's very possible.
By the way, you mentioned something. There's no other place to get this in except for right now. I just wanted a quick comment. Oregon State baseball, great move.
I agree. I think
Great
that's really
move.
smart for them.
Yeah, so they said, we're not joining the West Coast Conference. No.
Yeah, Mitch Canham, I think, went as far as to say we can actually develop a better identity this way.
100%.
Because you can pick and choose who you go against. Oregon State has enough cachet; other schools will want to play you.
Yep.
So
That's
it's
exactly
smart.
right. That's a good enough program. They can go independent, and that's what they're going to do at least for 2025. So smart move by Oregon State. And by the way, how about that game winner last night? Freaking Beavs. My
Yeah.
Beavers took
Yeah.
out the Cats. at Gill.
They're going nuts at Gill.
Gill was rocking. Good times. Good to see the Beavs have some success. Side note, Jared Goff here as we wrap up our football discussion. Coming up next, I want to get into just a quick college thing because I was teasing. I was saying, is Oregon going into the Big Ten with the best quarterback in that league? We'll have the answer to that in our next segment. I was doing a little homework on that. But Jared Goff, he could become the 5th quarterback to lead 2 franchises to the Super Bowl.
Ooh.
If they win. Do you know who the other 4 are?
Lead his franchises to the Super Bowl.
I mean,
Peyton Manning.
that's one.
He's got the Colts and Broncos. Off the top of my head, I don't have any other popping in there.
What? Tom Brady?
Oh, duh. Okay,
Good
yeah.
grief.
Hello.
What are you, an idiot?
Yeah, a little bit.
And then Kurt Warner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, I kind of
Cardinals.
forgot about the Arizona. Yeah, them being good for a hot minute.
Yeah. And then the other guy you would have never gotten, but it's the old Craig Morton show from Dallas and Denver.
Sure.
Yeah, he was back in the... God, I don't even know.
He predated
60s?
me, I'm sure of it.
70? I don't know much about Craig Morton, but I'm sure he was great. So Goff, rarefied air if they win in San Francisco. Now, do you think here's you brought this up earlier, and I've heard of a couple of other people touch on this. I think this is a big deal. I did some homework on this too, and we'll talk more about it in Rop in the Bank. But do you think the Lions being outdoors, is that a thing? Because I was looking at their schedule, and interestingly enough, they only played outdoors one time.
Right, because all their 7 of their 8 road. Or yeah, go ahead.
They only played it outdoors one time since week 11. And it was in Chicago, and they only scored 13 points.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else was either at home or they played Dallas. And the other road game was, I think, maybe half of the season. They only played outdoors once since week 11. They go from, I did the math today, calculator on my iPhone. And but when, so I think that's a thing. Rain.
But at the same time, I do think it's a thing.
Here, Debo Samuel is back. And Debo, I'm betting, I took him.
You're on him?
I did. I jumped on the 6.5, and I'm happy that I did because the spread is now 7.5.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's the side
Makes
you
me
want to be on
feel a
there.
lot better.
Uh-huh.
But we'll get more into that in Rop in the Bank. That'll be in an hour. Up next, though, is Oregon jumping into the Big Ten with the best quarterback in that league? I think they are. That next on The Fan.
We like threesomes.
The answer is always yes.
Welcome back. Now to college. A little bit of college football. I did just a little bit of digging on Big Ten quarterbacks because I'm just not that familiar. And, every year, these, with transfers and everything, these quarterback rooms change dramatically everywhere.
Yeah, big time.
Big time.
It basically seems like if you're not the starter in a good spot, it's musical chairs.
You're out. That's right. Well, we were talking about this a long time ago, and it popped on my radar to look this up, and I'm only just now getting around to it, but it's been in my notes that Oregon is possibly going to the Big Ten and instantly has the best quarterback in that league. And, of course, with getting Dylan Gabriel. Now, when I put this in my notes, Will Rogers was leaving Washington, but he is now not leaving Washington. So now you could say that it's possible that Oregon and Washington are jumping into the Big Ten with the two best quarterbacks in that league.
I would have to see the rest of who everybody has going in, as I am not as sold on Rodgers as I am on Gabriel, but I am 100% with you on Gabriel.
All right, here they are. So you've got Drew Aller at Penn State. He's back.
Okay.
He is a junior.
And he was supposed to be good this year and really wasn't. And some people blame play calling, but
yeah.
I don't know about him.
Yeah, I don't know either. I got to be honest, I didn't watch him enough. I know Suk is down on him.
Okay.
He talked a lot of crap about Drew Aller. So I don't know what he has against Drew Aller, but he didn't like him.
No. Strong no.
What a great drop. That's it. That's James Franklin. That's his coach.
Is.
So Drew Aller's back. You've got Will Rogers at Washington, and you've got Gabriel. Okay, then you have Ohio State getting Will Howard, who is the Kansas State transfer. I watched him a little bit. I don't know, but I'm guessing at Ohio State he'll look really good because they're loaded.
Right.
But is he better than Dylan Gabriel? I can't say that.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I haven't watched him play as much, but I've seen Gabriel play enough. Gabriel's pretty damn good.
He's awesome. And, to be fair, Gabriel's one of the best quarterbacks in the country. So any league they go to, he's one of the best. But I just think it's interesting that, the Pac-12 comes off a year where you've got Nix and Penix and Caleb Williams and, just all the, DJ down at Oregon State. You've got all this great quarterback play Sanders talked about for a while in this league. And then you jump over to the Big Ten and everybody's like, oh, this is going to be such a tough transition. It's this is going to be tough. Oregon, what are they in for? Well, I don't know. They might be going in there with the single best quarterback. They might be the favorite to win that league outside of Ohio State.
It's possible. It's definitely possible.
Harbaugh's gone. You get Ohio State at home. I don't know. I'm just not as scared of the transition when you look at it this way. Okay, so let's go to the next level of quarterbacks in that league, at least that we know. Tyler Van Dyke. He's the guy who was at Miami.
Tyler Van Dyne from Miami.
Yep. He is now at Wisconsin.
Okay.
So that's interesting. Decent, but not better than Gabriel.
He could be pretty good. I don't know. He was in Mario Cristobal's offense.
Right. Aiden Childs is at Michigan State. So,
and he could be pretty good.
Yep, but he's young.
And who knows if he has the pieces around him.
Then you have Cade McNamara, who used to be at Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
He's now the quarterback at Iowa.
Okay.
And by the way, Iowa still does not have an offensive coordinator.
Just bring back Brian.
Dude.
Go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
Looking for the same Trump.
Yeah, they don't have an OC. I was just looking at the latest on that because I just Googled it, and they said that the newest guy to interview, because Paul Christ turned them down.
Okay.
Paul Christ is at Texas right now as an analyst or an assistant. So he said, no, I don't want any part of that. The coach that interviewed most recently is Duke offensive coordinator Kevin Johns, former Duke offensive coordinator Kevin Johns, because when Mike Elko left Duke to go to Texas A&M, he did not take Kevin Johns with him. And then when Manny Diaz took over at Duke,
I forgot Manny Diaz went there.
He did not keep Kevin Johns. So nobody wants Kevin Johns, maybe not even Iowa. So he just interviewed with Iowa. So they have Cade McNamara, which that seems to fit.
That is a perfect fit.
Minnesota got a QB transfer from New Hampshire. I don't know much about him. Could be good. Don't know. Hudson Card. Do you remember that name?
Oh, sure. Former Texas quarterback, Hudson Card?
Yep, formerly of Texas. He is now the quarterback at Purdue. Miller Moss will be the quarterback at USC.
I love that name.
It's a quarterback name.
It's definitely a quarterback name.
3-year backup. He sat behind Caleb Williams. He's only thrown 59 passes in his career. So he's going to get the nod at USC. Ethan Garbers is at UCLA.
Uh-huh.
And then Nebraska, I guess they have a 5-star freshman that they're going to roll out there.
Oh, Dominic Raiola. Yeah. Dylan. His dad is Dominic, of formerly an offensive lineman for the Lions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's at Nebraska. So he could be good, but he's a freshman. And then Michigan has a 4-star freshman named Jaden Davis.
Okay.
And then the other schools, Indiana, Illinois, Northwestern, Maryland, Rutgers, they have a bunch of no-names.
Sure.
Those are the Big Ten quarterbacks. Tell me Dylan Gabriel is not the best one of the bunch.
I think Dylan Gabriel is definitely the best one of the bunch.
Yeah.
The number 2 is an interesting conversation, just because there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of potential. A lot of it depends on what you have around you, who you have coaching you. So, because you mentioned names that they could be interesting. Childs could be interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Card could be interesting.
Yeah.
What was the other one?
Van Dyke.
Van Dyke could be interesting. Yeah, absolutely. But
in that offense up there,
it really just depends how they end up fitting with their and gelling with their new room.
Well, and Will Howard, it's so funny. I think that we did this a couple weeks ago. We did the Heisman odds for next year, and Dylan Gabriel was pretty low on the list. In other words, I was like, man, that's a pretty good bet. Dylan Gabriel's going to be really good. Oregon's going to be good. But I still think I would bet Will Howard on the Heisman odds. I don't even know what they are. I'm just saying Dylan Howard's probably better than Will Howard, or Dylan Gabriel's probably better than Will Howard. But if you said which one's going to win the Heisman, it's probably Will Howard, because freaking Ohio State.
Sure.
And they're going to be awesome.
Unless they're not as awesome as Oregon.
Dude, yeah, that game's at Autzen.
Oregon, it amazed me while I was gone how many guys Oregon's getting to bring back that aren't turning pro, that are taking one more ride, that aren't transferring. And then you add in, the new talent that they're able to add on and get. They're building a monster, man.
They are. And, with Washington losing DeBoer and all those players, and Michigan losing Jim Harbaugh, Oregon, outside of Ohio State, Oregon is probably the favorite in that league.
All right, I've got your Heisman odds.
Whoops, misfired. My bad. I have
Where's the buzzer for you?
Dude, no kidding. I have had so many misfires recently. Our show's better than this.
Your show's better than this.
Maybe.
No, it's not. So, anyway, I just point that out because I just think that, the thought is, oh, man, the rough move to the Big Ten. Is it really? When you got Dylan Gabriel and all those guys back, Oregon's going to be one of the favorites in that league.
It seems like a much easier move than it did pre-Lanning.
Yeah. And by the way, USC, I was looking at USC's schedule. Have you seen their schedule?
It's gnarly, right?
Oh, it's rough.
Yeah. By the way, I have the Heisman odds up now.
Okay.
Quinn Ewers, Carson Beck, and Jalen Milroe all tied for the best odds at plus 750.
Okay.
And then you've got Dylan Gabriel next at 10-1, Will Howard after that at 15-1.
Okay. Yeah, Will Howard may be the best value on that board.
I would agree, value-wise, definitely.
But, yeah, USC. Okay, so USC next season, they play LSU to start the year in Nevada, or in Las Vegas.
Okay, at least it's not down in the bayou.
And then Utah State, and then they're off. Then they play at Michigan, at home to Wisconsin, at Minnesota, home to Penn State. Then they have Maryland, Rutgers. They're at Washington, off again, Nebraska at home, at UCLA, and then Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. You're running into a few buzzsaws there.
LSU,
sure.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Penn State, Washington, UCLA, Notre Dame.
At least they miss Oregon.
The only one worse that I saw, and that's true, they do miss Oregon, was Florida's. Let me read you Florida's November. This is pertaining to nothing. I just happened to be looking at toughest schedules because I saw USC's. I'm like, that's got to be the toughest in the country. And I looked it up. Somebody, does these lists, and there was only one worse, and it was Florida. And this is their November.
Okay.
They host Georgia.
Blowout.
They are at Texas.
Probably a blowout.
They host LSU. They host Ole Miss, and then they're at Florida State.
That is a gauntlet.
Dude,
That's unfair.
that's if you look at this year's rankings, that's in 1 month they will play number 1, number 2, number 7, number 14, and number 16.
Dang.
That's gnarly.
Yeah, that is
Good thing they
that is
suck.
rough.
Because they're not any good, right? Anyway, I can't wait. I think it's going to be so fun to watch Oregon and Washington play Big Ten schedules. I think it's awesome.
I've now found a similar list. Oklahoma with a really rough schedule too.
What do they have?
They have so they start with home games against Temple, Houston, Tulane, Tennessee, but then they're at Auburn. They have Texas for the Red River rivalry. They're at Ole Miss. They get Maine at home, their little patsy game, but they host Alabama and have to go to LSU.
Yeah, not easy.
No.
Well, yeah. So when Oregon and Washington jump into the Big Ten, not the same as Oklahoma, Texas jump into the SEC.
No. And I mean, I feel like pretty recently it would have seemed like that was a kind of a seamless or easy jump for them to make, but with the way the portal's gone and the way that the Big 12 has kind of trended down a little bit, that's going to be rough sledding that first year, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think that? I mean, I have faith in Texas. Well, I have faith in Oklahoma too. Do you think it's anything like Texas A&M's jump to the SEC, and they'll get swallowed up and kind of lost in the
maybe
shuffle?
I mean, maybe the first year, like not for Texas, I don't think, but for Oklahoma.
Will it be more like Missouri's jump?
Man,
probably shouldn't be, but it could.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I think it'll go better than those, but it wouldn't surprise me if Oklahoma went 7-5 or something like that.
When does college football start?
Not soon enough.
It's Division I football.
Can't wait. All right, let's get back on track here. We've got In the News coming up next. That will be followed by the Hot 5 at 5, Rop in the Bank, Joey Harrington, Loaded Friday. Here's Buck with Sports Center.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you
Yeah, I'm watching the Farmers right now on
You know what? I love golf,
the telly. Me too.
but I am not playing it very much. I will say I don't have any time to go play around, but I have been doing a lot more range time because of it. It's just like I can go do that for 30, 45 minutes and not be out there for 4 hours.
Really? You can even do that with two little...
Oh, I mean, I'm in Beaverton. I just go down the road to Redtail, and I can knock out a session and be back home in under an hour.
Well, I guess I would ask you this. Why are you doing that? It's a charade. You're never going to play golf.
Oh,
why are you hitting balls?
Because I go play with friends.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will. I got trips, man. I did the Sun River one earlier in October. Got Bandon coming up in late March. Got to get ready.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I got you. I just,
But you love golf. That's where this started. Farmers.
Yeah. Well, I'm watching the tournament here.
Who's leading that thing?
The leaderboard is awful. You want me to... Here, let me tell you.
I did see the Ludwig Albert 3-putt yesterday. That was pretty nasty.
Well, this course, they're playing Torrey Pines in San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the South course. And let me tell you, this course is mean. I just played that in December. And it is a nasty big boy golf course. The leaders right now, some guy named Yeager, Dietrich, Pevon, Hogard, Pendrith, Crow, and Knapp, and Highsmith, and Shelton. Do you want me to keep going?
God, when do you get to a name that we know?
Well, do you know Taylor Montgomery? I mean, I do because I follow golf, but you probably don't know him.
Not really. You know what? I'm looking at it now. The first name I recognize is Parker Cootie, only because he's one of those twins who's the grandson of Charles Cootie, who won the Masters.
Yeah, he's 7. Yeah, Aber or whatever.
Yeah.
He's there.
He's really good, and if he hadn't screwed up that 3-putt yesterday...
There's Shoffley.
Okay.
I got to go about 12 down. It's a terrible leaderboard.
Well, maybe we take Shoffley to win then.
I took Hideki today.
Okay.
And he blew up.
In a good way or a bad way?
Terrible day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just that bet's out. That was a waste.
You can get 20-1 on Shoffley right now.
Yeah, I just don't think it's an easy course to come from behind on. It's just tough.
Yeah.
So, I don't know the difference between any of those guys at the top. But you're right. We got to bet on something tomorrow. What are we going to do?
You know what? I might just chuck one unit at Xander Shoffley at 20-1.
Okay, let's do it.
And then I will, it'll wipe out all my horrible betting from the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. I do love those long shot golf bets because you never know, man. Guy could get hot. That's what I thought Matsuyama would do. He was plus 3,000 today. Yeah, he went the other way. And, that's like, are any of these guys going to win this tournament? They'll choke. You're right. Xander by 1 million.
Xander, yeah, that's a good one. Trying to see if there's other worth. Finau's 20-1.
Yeah, he's right. Oh, I missed him. I'm sorry, I missed him.
Where was he on the board?
Well, he's still at 7.
Okay, so he's tied for 10th.
So he's back there with Xander and those guys. Anyway, let's get to going here. It is January 26, 2024. It's time for Read the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you.
Ooh, I remembered how to do that.
You're doing great.
Thanks.
Wow! It is National Fun at Work Day.
Oh, and here I am back to have some fun.
We don't have fun here. We're
Yeah,
not
we
allowed.
mostly just screw around.
There's also National Green Juice Day. Do you ever do like the juicer thing?
So I have wanted to like green juice because I think it's good and I'm supposed to. I hate those things.
Yeah,
Especially the ones that really taste like celery.
Yeah.
Like that's such an off-putting taste. Like when I need like something fresh to drink, it has to compute from a fruit standpoint. And if it's too much like just a liquid vegetable, then I'll just go eat vegetables.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I've never had one that I liked.
And I don't have issues with other people liking them. It's just not my taste. I wish that I liked them better because I think that they would be healthy, but I don't like them.
Yeah, the fruit ones are better.
Yeah.
But the green, yeah, come on, get out of here with that.
Get out of here with that.
Well, the atmospheric river is here. I was just in the break room in our kitchen thing and overlooking the parking lot, and it's getting doused with more rain.
Is it dumping out there again?
Yes. They're at Torrey, right? They're in San Diego. Just this past week in San Diego, they got torrential rain. Downpours.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. And they had some flooding, and it was wild. And then I turn on the TV and watch the damn golf tournament, and it's blue sky, sun, and green grass. That's all we want here, right? We can handle the rain. We just want the intermittent sun.
What we're trying to avoid at this
Every
point
once
of the
in a
year is
while.
the gray.
Oh my God.
Like, I don't mind if it's cold if the sun's out. I don't mind if it's raining if we get some sun in between. So if you just get weeks of gray and cold and wet, not as fun.
Yeah, it's like a boa constrictor, slowly squeezing the life
Squeezing
out of
your
you.
will to live.
Yeah. So they're saying at least an inch and a half, maybe over 2 inches of rain between this morning and Sunday night. But they're saying don't worry about flooding because it's going to be steady. It's not all going to come at once. So it's going to be a lame weekend, which is why we need to bet on Xander Schauffele to win tomorrow. You know, Schauffele's from San Diego.
That's right.
So,
yeah, I was here again listening to a golf betting podcast in my time off, and
who is the host?
it was the guys from the BetQL network that we have on a lot of our shows here, but they had on Jason Sobel, handicap and everything, and one of the things he liked was to grab Xander, but after he's fallen down the board a little bit, hoping that he does, because he didn't think that the price was right to start at like plus 850 or whatever, but now that you can get 20-1, maybe a look.
Yeah, why not? Let's all do it together. We'll be in this together.
Let's ride.
Remember, tomorrow is the final round. They're not playing on Sunday because they're clearing the deck for the NFL.
That's right.
So it's over.
One fewer day to catch up, though.
I know. That's what I'm
guys.
saying.
Yeah,
It's crunch time now. But I like it. I like that bet. I'm going to snatch that up at the break. As a matter of fact, let's go to break so I can snatch that up. I'm going to put $1 million on it. I think that's a lock. So anyway, more rain coming. Coming up next, are we about to lose another sports team? It is 4:44 on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
One timeout remaining. Pope into the front court. Beavers could win it with a hoop. Pope goes left. Jordan a step back three for the win. Go! He hit it, and the Beavers win.
Oh, you gotta love that. Mike Parker on the call there. The Beavs upset number 9 Arizona with the buzzer beater there. Gill Coliseum storming the court. Good to see them have a little bit of success. And so then that prompted me to go look up their record, and they're 10-9.
Hey, better than they've been?
I guess. Battery Exchange, free electrical system checks at 14 area locations. Battery Exchange with an X.com.
Go Beavers, how about that?
The Seahawks come up short of the playoffs.
It's been an honor and a thrill to be part of this program. I've loved every minute of it, and you've watched me love it.
What moves will the Hawks make this offseason?
The Seahawks felt like this was the
Lines in San Diego. What is he, 7 under?
He is 7 under, 4 shots back of the lead.
Yeah. We just need this Dietrich guy to bogey here, and then he'll only be 3 back going into Sunday. I like that. I like that bet.
Let's do it. Let's ride.
That bet.
Oh, yeah. Now Dietrich's the only one left at 11 under. So, yeah. Okay.
There are a lot of bogeys out there today.
Yeah.
Tough course. Tough track. All right. January 26, 2024. This is In the News. We could be losing in another sports team.
Do tell.
Well, our Hillsboro Hops.
What?
May be leaving. Well, you know, they've had the whole thing with the ballpark funding.
Well, yeah.
They need a new park. I feel like they just built a park, but now they changed all the minor league.
They did like a reconfiguration kind of, so to speak. I thought that when that happened, that Hillsboro was kind of tabbed as one of the development spots that was going to continue to exist. So,
well, I think they announced that they were going to build a new one, but they need some money.
Yeah.
Do you have any money?
Well, we'll see if Xander Schauffele works out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no.
What if the Hops put all of the... So the Hops need $15 million for a new park. What if Wambacher just goes on DraftKings is like, you know what?
You know what?
Plus 1,800.
That's something like the Savannah Bananas would do. There's a great episode of South Park where they need to do something to save the town or from being bought by someone, and they get just enough money to put it all on one number of roulette that if it hits, it's like black 36 or something like that, or black 35, and it hits, and they all sit around and look at each other like, well, if we just let it ride, we could all, and so they just let it ride after that.
Oh, man. Good times. Yeah, Hillsboro Hops team leaders say the team could be leaving Oregon. A March 15th deadline looms. They need to secure $15 million to keep the team. If the funding is not met by that deadline, they say they will be forced to find a new home. K.L. Wambacher, who is their president and general manager, said, I think the state is in danger of losing its only professional baseball teams. I don't think the league is in danger because I'm willing to bet there are cities in Washington or California or Idaho like Boise that would take these teams in a heartbeat. The Hops, they're now high A baseball, or they're high A Diamondbacks. But I don't know the ins and outs of it. I just know that they reconfigured the minors. The Hops were able to keep their team, but now they have new specs on what it takes to have a team, and so they need to build a new park.
So they essentially made that first cut, but now they may not have the resources to stay.
Okay. Yeah. And who has money around here for that?
Who has money anywhere?
And we just don't pay for stuff like that.
No.
But we'll fund your drug habit.
Well, yeah. Safely.
So that's sad. I haven't been to a Hops game in a long time. I do personally know their PA announcer.
I do too.
So that's cool. But every time I've gone there, I thought it was wonderful. I love, come on. Who doesn't love sitting there having a beer in the summer watching baseball?
I'll tell you what, the price point for minor league baseball versus pro, being able to take my kid to a ballpark and just walk around and sit in the grass and stuff like that, way more palatable than going to a pro game anyway. So awesome for families. Would be a bummer if they left.
Or your kid's only 2. What are you going to do? I remember taking my little youngster to PG Park to watch the old Beavers play. That was always fun. And he would get
Go Beavers! How about that?
He would get the guys would toss him a ball or two here and there. And he loved that. That was always a good time. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with your little munchkins for baseball?
Boy, I don't know.
Around here,
I don't know.
It sucks.
It does. It's such a great summer activity because it's a place you can go and roam around, like you said, have a beer in the sun. The stakes don't matter. It's great.
Well, if I had $15 million, I'd give it to him.
No, you wouldn't.
You're right. But if I had billions, I would give them $15 million. TripAdvisor's top 10 trending destinations.
Ooh.
Yeah.
In the world or in the U.S.?
This is in the U.S.
Okay.
It includes Portland.
Shut up.
Yep.
What?
Tell me to shut up.
Well, hold on.
Shut up.
How recent? This is a new list?
This is a new.
This is a new list?
This is a new. This is from January 22nd.
Texter pointing out we would still have the Portland Pickles, so we could still get baseball.
I don't think
Although
that's
not quite
fully
the same.
professional, is it?
No, it's independent.
Is it semi-pro?
I think it's independent.
Independent?
I don't know.
I don't know. I have yet to go to the Pickles, but I got to give the Pickles a lot of credit. They do a good job with their social media.
They're excellent on their social media.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, you're right. The Savannah Bananas, they got it figured out. If you guys haven't seen the Savannah Bananas, you just Google that. You'll go down into a vortex. It might take you a while, but there's some really funny stuff that they do.
Oh, and there's like a documentary series. I think it's on Hulu that kind of talks about their inception and how it's run and what their goals are, and it's fascinating and really a fun time.
Check that out. Yeah, TripAdvisor just announced its first Traveler's Choice Awards for the new year. And so they offer up 7 destination categories to inspire vacation planning. Romantic is one. If you're a foodie, culture maven, all these different categories. Researchers for the trip planning site say that the travel scene has rebounded. 81% of Americans are planning to travel this year. Are you planning to travel this year?
Sure.
Yeah, you're going to Bandon?
Yeah, Bandon. That'll be a drive, but yeah.
Are you taking your family?
No, going with the boys. Yeah, well, not my children, the boys, but friends.
45% are scheduling 3 or more vacations in 2024, and 46% are heading abroad. It's interesting. My wife and I we used to go on a lot of trips, had some fun trips outside of the U.S., and that, of course, I think that's all just been squashed by COVID, mostly, right? And, money. I mean, they're expensive. You can't do it every year.
Yeah.
But
the flights have gotten ridiculous. Like, there's so many places in the world that you can stay for relatively cheap, but getting there is going to cost you 80% of your budget.
Yeah. And we're a little bit, my wife and I, admittedly, we're a little bougie. We like
the finer things.
Yeah, we spend a lot of money on these trips. But that's why you live. Anyway, we were just talking the other day about heading abroad next year for the first time.
Where are you going to go?
Well, we were talking about Spain.
Okay.
But yeah, the abroad trips are starting to kind of creep back into people's radar. The travel site's best of the best list includes top destinations, places travelers return to again and again, as well as trending, culture, food, nature, and new this year, honeymoon and sustainable destinations.
Oh, sustainability in travel.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah, lovely.
Those returning travelers' favorites are topped by New York City, Oahu, and Las Vegas.
Okay.
It's the trending destinations that offer more surprises. Number 1 is Napa. This is trending. These are what people are, and this is basically what people are looking into. Napa is 1. St. Petersburg, Florida, 2. Okay. Brooklyn, New York. And Portland, Oregon.
Huh.
Portland is number 9 on the top 10.
Okay.
Yellowstone. Homer, Alaska? Help me with that.
What's that about?
I don't know. It's on the list, though. Eureka Springs, Arkansas? I mean, what is happening?
Was that like inspired by like Ozark or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the draw to go to that random place in Arkansas? What does that place have?
Traveler's Choice, trending destinations. See if I can find it for you. Worldwide, 8 of the top 10 are Asian countries, which doesn't surprise me. That's the hot spot now. That's where everybody's going now. Going over to Asia.
I love going to Asia.
Get you some hot tech.
My wife and I have taken 2 trips to Asia together.
Yeah, I've always kind of scoffed at the Asia vacation, but I'm coming around.
Japan was wonderful and Thailand was wonderful. Very different experiences. Would highly recommend either.
Power rank Japan and Thailand. And which part of Thailand? Were you beach? Were you mountainous?
Yeah, we were in Ao Nong Beach. And yeah, it was our honeymoon and we were just at the beach basically. And there was like a little downtown area that we could walk to all our meals and restaurants and stuff like that. I think that it's probably more likely that if we go back to one, it'll be Japan. I think it'd be actually a really easy place to take kids because everything is just so dialed in and clean and convenient, and they have all that figured out.
Yeah.
But if you want to go relax at a beach, not that you can't in places in Japan, Thailand's your spot. So it depends what you're looking for.
Okay. What if I'm looking for panties from a vending machine?
Probably Japan, I think. They're big into the whole fetish culture, right?
So I've read. Not that I'm looking into that. I'm just I've read about it.
Sure.
That's in the news, Jan 26, 2024. That's all we have time for. We got to move on. The Hot 5 at 5 is next. Who will the Seahawks hire? We've got a couple of big injury notes for Sunday's championship games. And, your Blazers are getting hot. All that coming up next on The Fan.
I'm Leif, owner of Leif's Auto Collision Centers. The law gives you the right to have your vehicle repaired anywhere you want. So why do so many insurers break Oregon law by insisting you use their discount shops? Answer, by contracting with cheap body shops to secretly use imitation parts and cut repair quality, insurers bank more profits at your expense. You have a choice who repairs your vehicle. Choose Leif's. For 33 years, we've always put your safety and your vehicle value first. Leif's, the finest in collision repair.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-384-1340. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-384-1340. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-384-1340.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center, may not be available in all states.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Winter is here. If your vehicle is in an accident, Leif's Auto Collision Centers is ready to help. One call does it all. Leif's can pick up your vehicle anywhere in the Northwest, provide a loaner, handle your collision claim, repair it to pre-loss industry standards with factory parts, bill direct, and when we're done, drop it back off. All around your schedule. Let Leif's take the hassle out of your
Arizona. He'll be back on Monday. It's me, though.
Excited.
So, one half of your sports bros. And then Ryan Buckley is back today.
Excited.
Wow. Can you believe that? Ryan Buckley is back. 12 weeks of paternity leave.
Yeah.
And he's back. Now, why I said things are looking up for our Xander bet is that we were just talking, that Dietrich guy, never heard of him. He's leading the Farmers Insurance Open.
He was pretty successful on, what is it, the TP tour? What's the one that they play?
I don't know. What?
No, what's the Asian tour that they play?
Oh, the Asian tour? I don't know.
It's called like TP or something like that.
Yeah, all right. Well, anyway, he's leading this tournament. He's the only guy left who is better than 10 under. He was 11 under. And we said, so our Schauffele bet, we bet him. He's now down to plus 1,600, by the way. He's at 7 under, Schauffele. Tomorrow's the final round. We said we need Dietrich to make a bogey on the last hole, right? We need him to come back to 10. Well, he just put it in the water.
Hell yeah, he did.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Virtual lock tomorrow.
Love it. Things are looking up.
Go Xander. All right, well, like I said, Sook's back on Monday. Good to have Buck back. We have Joey Harrington coming up here in about 25 minutes for his weekly visit. We'll talk to him about I want to talk to him about the quarterback, the way we talk about quarterbacks, like Josh Allen and, guys not being able to get over the hump versus guys that are, just how we talk about quarterbacks has to be infuriating to him, a guy who played the position.
Yeah, I'm sure. For many quarterbacks.
Yeah, he's probably just...
By the way, it was the DP World Tour that I was looking for.
Okay.
Dietrich plays on that, or had played on that.
You were close.
Yeah, not really.
So that'll be 5:30. Robbing the Bank, our picks against the spread coming up next. If you didn't hear Sook's picks yesterday, we've got those. Ooh. And then Buckley and I will make ours.
I'm about to go all Keishon Butte.
Yeah, you are. He was the LSU kid?
Yeah. 8,900 bets.
Wow.
Over
how long?
So basically what it came out to, someone did the math, 23 bets a day. That's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
volume,
worse than you.
Way worse than me.
And he was a college football
I go high
player?
volume, low stakes, but yeah. And apparently included hundreds of thousands of dollars in wagers.
But wait, he was a college football player?
LSU. And he bet on 6 games that he was playing in.
Oh, dear.
And he was underage for all 8,900 bets.
Oh. And he did it all under his own name?
It was, like terrible handles like Butte 7. Basically clearly associated with his name.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Robbing the Bank is next. Then we'll have Club 1080 6 to 7. Right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Oh! Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
The suddenly warming Portland Trailblazers take the roadshow to San Antonio tonight. A little bit later tip, I think 6:30. Spurs have just 8 wins, but they've got that really tall guy who's supposed to be good.
Wemby's going to eat tonight.
Yeah, you got a prop bet on that, do you?
Maybe we'll wait for next segment. I'll tell you.
Jesus. The Blazers have won 3 of 5. Probably should be 4 of 5, really. Now, the Ducks have taken the outright lead in the Pac-12 after they thumped Arizona State last night. And look at the Beavs stunning Arizona. So that gives Oregon the outright lead in the league. And next up for Dana Altman's crew is a home showdown with number 9 Arizona tomorrow on Fox. And we'll have it here on The Fan. 2:30. Dan Lanning and his team will be recognized at halftime of that game.
Oh, that's right.
Ducks by 1 million. Also, as you mentioned, Oregon State baseball has declined to join the West Coast Conference. They will play an independent schedule beginning in 2025.
Yeah, I like that for them. We like that for them.
Yeah, that's a good move.
Number 4.
They have the cachet. They can do it. Probably play some pretty cool games, too, you know? They don't want to play, I don't know, UP.
St. Mary's.
More trouble for WWE dirtbag Vince McMahon.
Ew.
Yeah, this guy.
This stuff.
He's awful.
Yeah, I mean, I think people have thought he's awful for a while, but the details of some of this stuff is kind of nasty.
Boy, Dietrich looks suicidal. He made a double bogey there, and you'd think someone shot his dog. He's still only one back. What was I telling you? McMahon has been sued by a former WWE employee who alleges he offered her to a wrestler for sex. She also says McMahon forced her into a sexual relationship in order to keep her job, and he passed around X-rated videos of her to other men. Now, she did sign an NDA with him, but claims she only got $1 million of the $3 million that was offered to her for signing it. McMahon, of course, says he'll vigorously defend himself.
Of course he does. He couldn't have done anything wrong.
Die.
Number 3.
I think with all the steroids he's pumped that maybe it would be time for that, but I don't know.
No kidding. Have you seen him lately?
Yeah. It's a balloon animal.
He does look like a balloon animal. Seahawks are one of 2 teams without a head coach, the other being Washington. The word is Dan Quinn, who met with Seattle yesterday for a second interview. He is going to meet with the Commanders brass next week for a 3rd time. The other guys we know who have gotten second interviews in Seattle are Giants offensive coordinator Mike Kafka, Panthers defensive coordinator Ehiro Evero, hope I'm pronouncing that right, and Raiders defensive coordinator Patrick Graham. Mike Vrabel is also still sitting out there, but there's a birdie. Damn it. Yeager made a birdie, so he's 11 under.
Boo.
Boo. So we're officially 4 back going into tomorrow.
Okay.
We can do it.
Of course we can.
I tell you what.
Xander can at least.
Is there a prop bet on Dietrich to shoot a 90? Because he's going to shoot a 90.
Oh, I'm sure we could find props on Dietrich. Let you know in the break.
Number two.
Sharon Moore is the new coach at Michigan, but we knew this. We knew they'd hired him. He was the offensive line / offensive coordinator who took over for Jim Harbaugh in the interim when Harbaugh was suspended. Harbaugh was suspended 2 different times, 4 games.
Yeah.
But My Sharona went 4-0. And so he has been hired as the new head coach. It is a 5-year deal. Round 3 of the Farmers. Let me pull it up here. I don't know these guys' names. Stefan Jaeger, 11. He's 11 under. He takes the 3rd round lead. They are done for the day. The Frenchman, Mathieu Pavon, is among those. He's 10 under with Nikolai Hogard. And then 9 under, a bunch of guys you won't know. Derby, Pendrith, Crow. I mean, this is a mess of a. It's a
real mess.
Xander needs to win this just for golf.
Come too far together.
Not just us.
Otherwise, we're going to be forced to know names like Trace Crow and Jake Knapp.
Yeah, we can't have that.
No.
Number 1. My
Number 1.
Shoffley's 7 under. He's T10. That's where Tony Finau is. I didn't notice that. Is that Cantlay? Oh, no, Cantlay dropped off too. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Lamar Jackson's favorite target, tight end Mark Andrews. Remember him? He's been activated from the IR. He is expected to play Sunday against the Chiefs, so a big get for Baltimore just in time for the Chiefs game. That one kicks at noon. Then we have Niners-Lions, 3:30 NFC Championship. San Francisco receiver Deebo Samuel is off the injury report, and they are saying he is good to go for the Niners. There is your Hot 5 at 5. It is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. We will have a segment we like to call Roppin' the Bank coming up next. Our picks in Sunday's NFL games next. It's 5:14 on The Fan.
Duck fans, that was close.
When I think of Oregon, I think of innovation, and we're ahead of the curve. You know, we've got a plan. We've got great support. If there's something I need, I can go ask for it.
But the Bama Hammer strikes close to home.
It was the allure of Alabama for Kalen DeBoer. Kalen DeBoer is a guy who he has worked his damn way up, and he's earned it. The NAIA is the epicenter of the Alabama coaching search.
Talk about it and get the inside story from Portland's sports leader, 1080.
I don't know what UW does if DeBoer leaves.
The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
It's tough all over today. If you're on northbound 5, you're going to be slow from before Southwest Taylor's Ferry all the way over the Interstate Bridge. 205 northbound stop and go from Sunnyside all the way over the Glen Jackson Bridge. I'm Claire Beverly with traffic.
Made to shine. Love stories from Shane Company customers.
My wife's been working long weekends, so instead of just taking her out to dinner on Valentine's Day, I'm going to surprise her with a gift from Shane Company. I stopped by, and they showed me some really beautiful diamond heart necklaces.
The Baltimore money line, which right now is basically it's minus 200 essentially. So I'm going to bet 10 units to win 5 on Baltimore to win the game.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back with a teaser, and I'm going to take Kansas City, tease them up to 10.
Yep.
And I'm going to put that with the Niners at minus 1.5, and that's going to be a 5-unit teaser.
I literally have the exact same play as a 5-unit teaser. So we are in lockstep on that. I do not think Mahomes and company get beat by double digits.
Right.
I think the Niners find a way to victory, whether it's to cover the full spread or not.
Right.
I think I'm definitely on that teaser.
Okay, yeah, and the other thing I was going to do, the other thing I did do was I took the Niners minus 6.5 when it first came out, but I see that line is now 7.5.
Mm-hmm.
We gave Suk 7 because it was 7 when he put it in yesterday on the show, but it is now 7.5, and I don't want to lay that. So I'm just going to lay off of that one. I already have it in my DraftKings account, but for the sake of the show, I'm going to try to hit a middle. I'm going to take Baltimore to win, but Kansas City to cover the 10, and then we just need the Niners to win by 2 or more, and then we're golden. Look, to me, the Chiefs, they've looked a lot better offensively the last 2 weeks, but it was against a Dolphins defense that was missing 9 starters, and it was bitter cold, and it was a banged-up Bills defense that, I don't know, they can't stop Kansas City no matter who they have back there. Basically both teams were pulling linebackers off of couches. So this Ravens team is just different. They have not given up over 20 points since week 14.
These defenses are really good.
Yeah, they're strong, and the Ravens are strong at every level.
Yeah.
Now, that said, I think because of Patrick Mahomes and Steve Spagnuolo, KC I think they'll keep it close. I think Spags will adjust to Lamar and keep him contained. And of course, Mahomes, you can never count him out. So this has backdoor written all over it, and we're getting 10 on the teaser. I'm gonna do that, but I think Baltimore wins. I've got Baltimore 27, Kansas City 20. The Chiefs' final drive will fall short thanks to a Mecole Hardman fumble out of the end zone.
I was actually looking for an under prop on his receptions, but that got all the way to minus 200 for under 1.5.
Oh, really?
So
they just don't trust him?
No.
Basically. All right. So that's what I'm doing on that game. What do you got?
On that game, so I'm with you on that teaser. I wanted to also so we talked about these defenses a lot. So I'm going to take the under in KC Baltimore. It's 44.5. I think for a lot of the reasons we talked about, that there's going to be some cat and mouse. I think that the Ravens really like to use clock, and they like to play ball control. I think on defense, they're going to try to do things that force KC into some audibles. I think we're going to get a lot of running the football in this game too. And both these defenses, as we've seen, are great. So give me under 44.5 in that game.
How many?
4 units on that, please. Then I'm also going to take Baltimore first half minus 2.5. I think we talked about this earlier as well, that they come out and script the beginning of their games as well as anybody. Lamar is insane against the spread. He's almost 70% against the spread in the first half. So give me the Ravens minus 2.5 in the first half. Also 4 units on that one. And then I do have a couple props in that game. No interception from Lamar Jackson. That's even money. 3 units.
Wow. All right.
And I will take Patrick Mahomes with a long run over 12.5 yards. 3 units.
Really?
It feels like he always gets a 3rd and 13 or gets flushed out. And this time of year, he's way more willing to run, whether it's up the middle or rolling out. I just think we get one of those.
So over 12.5 yards, one single run?
Yeah, his longest run will be over 12.5 yards.
3 unis?
Yeah.
All right, I like it. All right, Detroit, San Francisco. Now, to me, the elixir for Brock Purdy's playoff struggles is no rain and the Detroit secondary.
Yep, their secondary is terrible.
And I really don't understand why Aaron Glenn, their defensive coordinator, keeps getting mentioned for these jobs. Like, their defense is it's just not good.
Yeah, it's a little peculiar.
I know they stopped the run, but they gave up almost 400 yards to Nick Mullins. Matt Stafford torched him for 360. Baker Mayfield went up and down the field on him for 350. I think the Lions are a good story, but that defense is not going to the Super Bowl. The Niners are number 1 In offensive yards per play, Detroit is number 3. That's a wash. The Niners are number 8 in yards per play given up on defense. Detroit, 28th. And there is your difference.
Yep.
Also, Goff is back outdoors. And we mentioned this earlier, but the Lions have only played one game outside since week 11. And in that game, they only scored 13 points. So their scoring average goes from 5th in the NFL to 14th when they're outdoors. I think Jared Goff is going to get warmed up by the Niners pass rush. And on the other side, Brock Purdy should have a field day. And I think that opens up the run game. The other element of this game, why I really like San Francisco, is I thought that the bye teams, the Ravens and Niners, were flat last week. I thought they were both rusty.
Right.
And because remember, both of those teams locked up the bye before week 17, so they didn't play many of their starters in week 17. So they had been off for 3 weeks.
Yep. And people thought that they might be rusty and that could be what gave the Packers a chance, plus the elements.
Well, I thought the Packers played great. Sometimes you got to give the other team credit.
For sure.
I just thought the Niners were flat.
They were off.
And it took them, they were very off. And it took them a while to get warmed up. The Ravens got warmed up in the second half. But I just don't think that's going to happen again with San Francisco. I think they got a mulligan, and they're going to use it. I love taking really good teams like the Niners off of bad performances. This game could be close for a while, but to me, the Niners will put their foot on their throat, and they will win this game 38-24. But like I said, I'm not laying the 7.5. Why am I not laying this? You know what the hell?
I was going to say, I did not have Niners 7.5 because I'm putting them in that tease at 1.5. You have talked me into Niners minus 7.5 today. I will be taking it if you don't, or if you do.
No, I'm going to take it. I don't care. Let's go. I got it at 6.5. Why would I not bet it at 7.5? I think they're going to win by double digits. I'm going to do 5 unis. That leaves my last 10-unit play to be the Super Bowl.
Ooh.
So.
And you could put that on anything. There's like 700 bets on the Super Bowl.
That's true. All right.
So
you have anything else over there?
I will now ride with you on Niners minus 7.5. Didn't go into the day thinking I would take that. I have been talked into it and convinced. So I'll do that for 4 units. The other element that you talked about, them exposing the Detroit secondary, I think is easy money. I'm going to take the Niners team total over 29.5, also for 4 units. And then I've got a couple props in that game as well.
Okay.
3 units each. We talked about the receivers who could feast. Give me Kittle over 61.5 receiving yards, and give me Ayuk over 80.5 receiving yards. I think Debo plays a violent style, still banged up, may not play the whole game. So I'll take those 2 props.
Wait, what's the second one?
Brandon Ayuk over 80.5.
Oh. 80.5?
That's right.
How do you spell Ayuk?
A-I-Y-U-K.
Damn it. Hold on. You're such a pain in the ass.
I know.
Will you go back to paternity leave?
I know. And I'm going to be even more of a pain in the ass because, as referenced in the previous segment, I'll be taking Wemby to feast on the Blazers tonight over 24.5 points.
What?
2 units on that, and 1 unit on Xander at 20-1.
Hold on.
You're on that.
God. Ayuk over what?
80.5.
For how much? 3?
3. Yeah, I know. I'm a huge pain.
Wemby over
24.5.
All right. For 3?
For 2.
For 2. Wuss.
And our guy Xander, 1 unit at 20-1. I'll make back 20 if he wins the
give
thing.
you 20. Whatever. If you
Fine, you want to give me the 18?
If you claim that, I'm claiming the 18 when we win. That's a lock. I love that though. Let's do that. Suk will be pissed. We're like, yeah, you're now down 20 units. He'd be like, what the hell? Yeah,
if we both have good weeks and we hit that one,
yeah, we're gonna have
clean it up.
We're gonna have fat DraftKings accounts on Monday, bitch. All right, that's Ropping the Bank. Enough goofing off. Joey Harrington joins us for some very serious sports talk coming up next, and that is when we return. Okay, here's Buck with Sports Center.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain
How are you? Okay?
Wait, hold on. We talked about the Super Bowl, or we talked about his Lions?
Your Lions.
Let's go ahead and address this thing head on. No. We don't need to walk it back.
Okay.
But I am happy for the Lions. Mm-hmm. I am very happy for the city of Detroit. They deserve it. They need it, But I would be very hesitant to say they were my Lions.
I know. I'm just being me. I'm sorry.
I know, you're just for dramatic effect.
Yeah, it's a complicated relationship, you and the Lions. I get it. You know what stuck out to me last week when we talked about this, for those that weren't here last week, and you were very good about, and very honest, I thought, about your feelings about that city and the Lions, was when you said when you came back to play in Detroit after having left, they mocked you by showing you playing the piano on the big screen. That says all you need to know about Detroit right there.
Well, the irony is me playing the piano was such a horrible, terrible thing.
Yes.
Meanwhile, they celebrate Motown. It's music, and it's wait a minute, So I don't, apparently, if you're a quarterback, you aren't supposed to do other things. But no, it is a complicated relationship, because anytime you give literally 100% of yourself to a place, a team, an organization, and it doesn't work out, it's frustrating. I think when you couple that with the history of Detroit, of which I truly had no knowledge of how bad it was, you couple that with my naive, for lack of a better word, approach to coming into the NFL, combined with the death threats on voicemail, it just everything kind of came to a head, to a point where it was all right, well, this is toxic and we're done. And for a while I was bitter. I was really bitter because I gave everything, right? But I think, it's one of those things where time heals wounds, right?
Yeah.
You have the perspective, the life experience now to say, you know what, it's okay to say I failed. It's okay to say I gave it everything that I had and I failed. That doesn't make you bad. That doesn't make you any different. It just means that it didn't work out. And I can still be happy for that city that did they handle things the right way? No. But in the same way that I didn't always handle things the right way, they wanted a winner. And now they got one.
Well,
and that's cool.
It is cool. It's fun. Although I'm a little, I don't know. It's kind of confusing to me because, I think we all like Dan Campbell. That's one element of them that
anybody who doesn't like their kneecaps does.
Yeah. Yeah. But I just think, blue collar is everywhere. I don't know if I buy it's the blue collar city, and we just relate to blue collar is everywhere. Go to rural Oregon, anywhere. And so I'm kind of a little, maybe it's just the lovable loser thing with the Lions. They've just lost for so long that we're pulling for them. But I am not necessarily as gung-ho about them and rooting for them as everyone else is, but maybe that's just me.
It's so funny because I texted a couple friends who were in Detroit with me, who just happened, people that I'd met in Oregon and just happened to be living there. And we were, still our friends, but we were in the town at the same time. And I was texting with them, and their responses were very similar. In that they still are not rooting for the Lions. They still have that, I was about to say something that I probably couldn't have been on air, but they have very similar feelings as you, in that it's that's garbage. I don't buy it.
Yeah. It's weird.
So, everybody to each their own.
That's right. That's right. But that leads us into something that I did want to bring up today. And it's funny you mentioned, just sort of it didn't work out. Well, it's not all your fault. Okay. So it's like, I look at Jared Goff and he's a hero there, but he's a hero. And look, he's playing well. I'm not taking anything away from him, but he's a hero there because they have a damn good team and they finally found a good coach. Right. So he is, in many ways, he's obviously a big part of that team, Goff, but he's benefited from the winning, and now they laud him as this big hero, whereas if you were with them and they were winning, you would be the hero, and if he were in your shoes back when you were there and the team sucked, he would probably suck, and then he would get run out of town, right? It's like, that's what I wanted to talk about with you today, is just this idea, and we did this with Josh Allen last week, that's a quarterback that can't get over the hump. It must drive you crazy when we debate quarterbacks and we talk about legacies like yours or Goff or Allen or whoever, because we boil it down to that one position when the reality is there's so many other factors. That's got to drive you insane.
Yes-ish. Sure. Like it's a team game. I mean, that is a very true statement. And the fact that, Penei Sewell is going to be arguably the greatest offensive lineman to ever play in Detroit, that he's got him in front of him. Jahmyr Gibbs and the rookie of the year, the 1-2 punch of Montgomery and Amon-Ra St. Brown, sure. Laporta become, as a rookie, having the impact that he has. Dan Campbell, sure, they caught lightning in a bottle. They got a great team. But how many times have you seen, and whether it's, let's use the Josh Allen Patrick Mahomes comparison simply because it's top of mind. How many times have you seen the Josh Allen, the guy who puts up stats, the guy who takes his team, to a certain level, get to that point and come up short? Mm-hmm. Versus, and conversely, I should say, how many times have we seen the Patrick Mahomes or the Tom Brady or the Joe Montana or the whoever, John Elway, name the person, seemingly will their team to a win, even when it looks like they were going to lose? So, yes, is it a team game? Sure. But at a certain point, the great ones have a way of, I won't say single-handedly, pushing their team over the top, but how else to put my finger on it, right? What was the difference between me and Eugene versus me and anywhere else in the NFL, right? I had a way of, and it wasn't always, I had a way of, in the second half, fourth quarter, literally grabbing people by the face mask and saying, get on board, we're going. And then, because I wasn't a huge statistical guy, I wasn't, and that was never my strong suit. So there is a certain, and look, I will be the first to say that I benefited like crazy from Mo Morris and Ontario Smith and Justin Fields. But there is something, just an intangible thing about a quarterback who can do that. And that's the thing, so that's one side of things.
Okay.
The other thing too is we talk about Jared Goff. And I don't think that he has truly gotten the credit that he has deserved. Similarly to, you will put somebody on a pedestal and say, Patrick Mahomes is the greatest quarterback in the history of the world because he continues to win. Well, sure. There are also guys where you'll say, oh, man, he's just stats and, God, he can't actually get it done. He's benefiting from everybody else around him. If I'm not mistaken, Jared Goff is, since he's been traded to Detroit, let's say that, top 3 in passing yards, touchdown to interception ratio, QB, rating. I mean, pick your metric. He's been at the top. He's literally been in that statistical discussion or the statistical realm of the Josh Allens and the Mahomes, but nobody's given him the credit. Why? I don't know. I mean, he helped. He's been in a Super Bowl before.
Yeah.
Right. Jared Goff took the Rams to the Super Bowl. Oh well, he just benefited from having everybody else around. From Aaron Donald. Well, at a certain point, the guy's got to get some credit too. So I think it goes both ways.
Right.
In that, yes, the quarterback can get too much credit, and a quarterback can also be really special in motivating and bringing a team together. And conversely, a quarterback can get not enough credit in a situation where, you know what, he's been pretty damn good for a long time.
No, it's definitely true. Goff, he was labeled. I think a lot of people, we like to do this with quarterbacks. We put them in a box and we put it on the shelf and we don't revisit it. Whereas with most of them, that changes. It's always shifting and evolving, and he's a great example of that. Now, okay, we have to break. You gave me so much to chew on there. I think I have an answer. You asked, what was the difference between Joey Harrington at Oregon and Joey Harrington with the Lions, right? At Oregon, you had that magic. In Detroit, you did not. I think, an answer.
The answer to that?
I think I have an answer. And I'm going to run it by
you. 20 years ago?
Well, it goes to my point of, I'll tell you next. Are you, you're probably waiting with bated breath. So
I was going to say that is an incredible tease for the next segment. That's what we call it in the industry, a tease.
I love it. We'll be right back with Joey Harrington, courtesy of Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, Ducks legend Sabrina Ionescu is in the news. She famously won the WNBA three-point contest in their season, setting the all-time three-point contest record for the NBA or WNBA. She's challenged Stephen Curry, the three-point king, to a three-point shootout in All-Star Weekend, and they're going to make it happen. So Sabrina versus Steph during All-Star Weekend, and we'll be excited to be polling for the Duck legend. Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
When looking for new construction, you want to make your dreams come alive. You want innovation and sustainability that knows no bounds. You want to work with masters of their craft. You want Mods PDX. Mods PDX works with homebuyers, architects, and developers to create beautiful, sustainable, and energy-efficient buildings of the highest quality. With our modular approach, your project will be completed sooner than traditional construction, creating a faster return on investment. Work with a team that is focused on collaboration, innovation, and creativity to create your dream. Go to modspdx.com to start your project today.
Yeah. The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. It's like a PSA out there. This dude's the last pick of the draft, 7th round, in his second year in the NFL. And we're judging him as if he should be a finished product. Like, why isn't he playing better? This is a big moment. He needs to be clutch. Where's the clutch gene? Like, dude, he's a 7th round pick in year 2 in the NFL. Yeah. Can we give him a little bit of grace to grow on the job?
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
My 13-year-old acts like a puppy again. Almost overnight, she's a different dog.
Perfect poops.
When people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply real meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of highly processed pellets. No tricks, just smarter, healthier pet food delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do. Get 50% off your first order at thefarmersdog.com/no-magic.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. 1-800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Story time with Joey on 1080 The Fan.
All right, we're back with Joey Harrington, and we're talking about quarterbacks and getting labeled and too much credit and, sort of singular storylines with quarterbacks when there's so much more to it than just that position. And you said, last segment, you said, what is the difference between Joey Harrington at Oregon, who had that magic? You could summon it. You could drive your team down and win a game like a Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes do in the NFL. And then in Detroit, it wasn't there. 2 words to answer that. This is just what I think. The difference between, I've got 2 words. The difference between Joey at Oregon and Joey in Detroit, confidence is the first word, and the second word is support. And this is kind of my whole point of the Brady and Mahomes. Brady and Mahomes are special. They're superstar. They're another level north of the Matt Stafford or Josh Allen or Jared Goff. But also on the support element of it, they've all three, you add Montana, all 3 of those greats have had elite Hall of Fame coaches too, right? So I just don't think it's as simple as, a guy can just will his team to a win at the quarterback position. I think there's much more to it. What do you think? What do you think of my answer?
I think that at a basic level, you're right. The difference. There you go. And now the segment's over. Goodbye. See
Thank
ya.
you.
Coming up next on the
Talk to you next week.
The club. Yeah. Confidence is the biggest factor in all that, and we've talked about it before. Like there is. I was a shell of myself my last year in Detroit, as compared to my senior year in college. And I think that comes from support, right? Support of your teammates in situations where you're not playing your best. Support of coaches, organization to put you in situations in which you can play your best, right? There was this, and it's cyclical, right? So I didn't step onto the field in Eugene. Well, I guess in Tempe, Arizona. And no, not Tempe, excuse me, Tucson. And I didn't step on as the most confident, supported person in Eugene. I stepped in as a sophomore coming in at halftime in a game we were down a couple of touchdowns, right? And so I came back, helped bring the team back, and we won in overtime. And then same thing, get put in against Arizona State the next week at Autzen. We go down 50 seconds, and Marshawn Tucker in the front corner of the end zone. Now all of a sudden I've got that confidence, right? Mm-hmm. And I've got the confidence so that the following week, maybe a couple weeks later, against Cal, when I played like, dog turd in the first half, my teammates around me knew, okay, if we can just get to this point, or maybe they knew, maybe they didn't, maybe I'm just making up a narrative, but they carried it, right? The defense said, offense, you're struggling, we got your back. And so they carried us to the point where we were close in the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden I had the confidence again, right? I'm just going to go do it. right? It's this really interesting situation where if you're a quarterback and you have demonstrated that special ability, people around you in the moments when you're not on top of the world, they got your back. Like they play. It raises the level of play of everybody else around you when they believe that their quarterback has the single-handed ability to change the game. Right? Oh, if I can just get him. I can't tell you how many times I was playing like. Again, use another fecal adjective, and the defense, Don Pelham or Rashad Bowman comes up to me. We got your back. We're going to get you the ball. Hey, we're going to get it to you. We're going to get it to you. Because what they were saying to me is, hey, I know that if I can just keep this in striking distance, I'm going to give you the ball at the end of the fourth quarter, then we win. Right? And so it's this really interesting chicken or the egg. Like, does the support of your coaches and teammates breed confidence? And consequently, confidence makes you play better, and then you make these spectacular plays at the end of the game, which then breed confidence in your teammates so that they support you in those times when you're not playing well. Like, it's this really cyclical thing that I don't know, other than just like going out and chucking it and seeing where the chips fall. I don't know how you necessarily start that. Right? Where does that and that's the thing is what's the difference between me at Oregon and me in Detroit? Hey, I chucked it just the same, at least for the first couple of years, but it didn't work out. And so there wasn't that confidence. And so without that confidence, and because it didn't work out, then there wasn't that support. And when I didn't have that support and people around me didn't raise their level of play in the times when I was playing poorly, then I wasn't put in a situation in the fourth quarter to have those moments, which then bring more confidence in myself and more support from my teammates, right? And so, but I wish that somebody could figure out how it all works, other than sometimes, in which you just kind of, I don't know. I'm rambling now.
Well, I know what you're saying, but that goes back to, sort of my point about the elite quarterbacks all have elite coaches in common. In other words, that support can't be there unless you have that environment fostered by the coaches and players, or that support can't be there unless you have Bill Belichick or Andy Reid. I mean, is Patrick Mahomes the Patrick Mahomes we know if he is not paired with Andy Reid? Is Tom Brady's a better example. 6th round pick. Bledsoe gets hurt. He gets thrown in. He becomes the greatest quarterback of all time. Is he? If that situation doesn't arise, sometimes it's just circumstance, right? And yours wasn't a good one.
Yeah. Mine and 1,000 others. Like that's the thing.
And Goff's was. And Goff's was. And so that's it. And that's why it's annoying, these quarterback conversations. Like, this guy's good, this guy's not. Is Josh Allen, is he any worse than Patrick Mahomes, or has Josh Allen not had an elite coach? I mean, I guess you got to say Patrick Mahomes obviously is better because of the results, but I think some of that is support. That's that support element. And with the support comes confidence.
Wow.
Look at me.
That's very,
therapist. I'm a therapist.
That's I know. I was going to say, that's really the first time I've had that laid out in that form, where it's when I ask the question, so what's the difference? And you're like, well, it's a coach.
Here's what it is. Well, I think 95% of quarterbacks fall into that category where it's really going to be about what's around it. Like Alex Smith, another example that comes to mind, all these different offensive coordinators for 7 or 8 years, and then all of a sudden he stabilizes. Why? Andy Reid, right? And that was the number one pick. I mean, the guy had it. It just, his circumstance and his support wasn't there. And you had that. And I think most guys do that. Now, there are a handful of guys that are just special. And maybe Patrick Mahomes is one of those. And he is the Patrick Mahomes that we know if he is, if he's been in Carolina the whole time. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it to me, but it's just a lot more complicated than the quarterback debates that we like to have. So, and I'm as guilty as anybody, being a sports talk nerd. So we need to be better about that. That's why we have you.
I'm going to be spinning. I'm going to be I'm like the little gerbil up in the brain is going to be running around all evening now.
I have one more question. Okay.
Go.
And this pertains to something we're talking about. Okay, so Tom Brady, there are certain guys that when their team needs to drive down and get the game-winning or game-tying score, they get it. Like you said, they just do it. Brady, Mahomes. Okay, take us inside a game-winning drive. You played the position. Is it different, the game-winning drive? Are there other considerations? In other words, turnovers? Are you thinking about that? Are you letting it rip? Is it so many reps in practice that you just have to replicate what you've practiced? Like, what is it like to administer a game-winning drive or try?
I think the first thing that you experience is this really interesting juxtaposition of what is happening on the outside, right? So let's say you're on the road, and there's 75,000 people literally just screaming at you, like trying to make it so you can't hear anything. But internally, you have to be calm, focused, right? So there's this really interesting inside-outside feeling that starts with. And in the moments when you could capture it, like it's just this confidence is just it's too bland of a word. There's you feel like you can just harness all that energy. You feel like in the moments when you need it, you can channel it, and you feel like in the moments when you don't need it, you can block it out. You're thinking clearly. Yeah. There are times when you have to, when you say to yourself, I gotta try and force this one. I got to try and put it in a tight window, and I know exactly where it is. But at the same time, you say, if I do miss this, I know exactly where I'm going to miss it. Right? It's knowing. A lot of times, what happens is the defense will start saying, "I just don't give up the big play. Don't give up the big play." Right? So you can take it, and you can take it, and you can take the quick out, and you can take the slants, and you can take, right, and you get a rhythm, and now you got rhythm, and now you got energy, and now you got confidence, and now you're rolling, and now you got them in their heels, and you take a shot. Like it's really one of the coolest feelings in all of sports, right? Whether it's the game-winning shot, that last second ball that you throw, and it's the mic drop, like, thanks so much, and I'm out. Like I've told you before, I clearly remember 750 left Tom 757 throwback. Marshawn Tucker was the split on the right side, and he ran a post corner route to the east end zone at Autzen. Call it the 30-yard line going in. And I hit him for the touchdown with a couple seconds left. And I stood there, and I don't know why, but I just did a 360, and I turned around, and I looked at Autzen. And I was like, man, this is freaking cool. And I've just got that snapshot in my mind. There are very few feelings like it. Yeah.
I bet. Yeah, so, okay, that's interesting. So now what you're saying is that guys like Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, they do have a little something that they can harness, right? Maybe it's mental. It's more mental than physical, but it's they can calm themselves in those moments, whereas maybe a Baker Mayfield can't. Or Baker Mayfield just isn't very good. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't know.
Well, good topic. Good conversation. I love it.
Man.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Like I said, I'm going to be thinking, like, God, would things have been different if I'd ended up with Dick Vermeil?
Dick Vermeil. I think they would. He had a great offense.
Those are so let's see. Who are my options? My options coming out of the draft were Marty Mornhinweg in Detroit.
Yeah.
I think Cincinnati was still, for crying out loud.
What year?
It was Chad Johnson. For crying out loud. Chad and TJ and Marvin Lewis. That could have been a good one. Marvin Lewis could have been a good one. Buffalo, I can't remember who was in Buffalo.
Was this 2002?
Washington was Steve Spurrier, and Kansas City was Dick Vermeil. Yep, those were the coaches.
Spurrier, Washington, that didn't last long.
No.
Vermeil would have been great. And yeah, Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're talking about Hall of Famer Joey Harrington, right?
Ooh, man. Yeah, but I had to live the rest of my life in Cincinnati, and I don't know that anybody want that.
That's true. All right, have a good one. We love you. Thank you.
See you, buddy.
All right.
Love you too.
That's Joey Harrington, courtesy of Mods PDX. The future of building is here. The club is next on The Fan.
The Fan 411.
Head to the contest page at 1080thefan.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see rock band Sum 41 when they come to Moda Center September 6th, 2024. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. For details on how to enter, go to 1080thefan.com and download the free Odyssey app and favorite 1080 The Fan for exclusive content from fan hosts, easy access to fan podcasts, and more.
That's The Fan 411.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all of your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. RAMP.com/radio.
Made to shine. Love stories from Shane Company customers.
We've only been dating 6 months, but I really wanted to get my girlfriend something special for Valentine's Day. So I went to Shane Company, and they thought a gift with their birthstone would be meaningful. So I got her an opal necklace, and their opals are spectacular. I was surprised it was only a couple $100. I can't wait to give it to her.
We're passionate about sourcing the most beautiful gemstones from around the world, so your love can shine bright. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up. Listen to this deal for fan listeners. LaRogue Brothers have 1-carat diamond stud earrings, only $595. The entire store is on sale with savings up to 70%. LaRogue's in Clackamas and Tigard and LaRogue.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
It's Football Friday on The Fan.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
11-yard naked bootleg for top talent.
KFXX, KWJJ, HD2, Portland. An Odyssey station. Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Big's Chicken. Try their smoked and fried wings, tossed with a perfect dry rub and served with a killer trio of sauces online at bigschicken.com. First on The Fan, some breaking news in college football today as the Michigan Wolverines have hired offensive coordinator Sharon Moore as their next head coach, replacing Jim Harbaugh, who left for the NFL. In the NFL, it is conference championship weekend. The Chiefs travel to Baltimore to take on the Ravens. Baltimore tight end Mark Andrews has been activated to the active roster and is expected to play on Sunday. Baltimore favored by 4 points. Kickoff at noon. In the NFC, the Lions head to San Francisco. Offensive guard Jonah Jackson will not play for Detroit. Niners receiver Deebo Samuel is off the injury report and did practice despite a shoulder injury. He's expected to play. Niners now 7.5-point favorites. Kickoff for that one at 3:30. Blazers are back in action tonight, visiting the Spurs, who have the worst record in the West at 8-36. San Antonio still favored tonight by 3.5. Malcolm Brogdon, a late scratch, though it's not believed to be trade related. That tip-off is at 6:30. And also right now going on in the NBA, the Dallas Mavericks with a 124-114 lead over the Hawks. Luka Doncic with 65 points on the evening. There's still about 7 minutes to play in that one. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Spirit Mountain Casino has all the postseason pro football action on the big screens with big-time sports betting action. Visit spiritmountain.com.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with the chicken.
How and why are you drunk at 6 o'clock?
Well, the how's pretty self-explanatory, and the why is because I thought we were leaving at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Ergo, Latin, plenty of time to sleep it off.
Dude, he's such an effing loser. I've never seen so much tongue in my life. Resourceful little bitch.
Club 1080.
Oh, hurt.
The hottest spot north
I bought the cock and then I released it.
Dear.
Damn it!
You can only really serve one ass. Yeah. Oh, Ozempic. You know.
I love COVID.
Just another jelly bean in my dong.
I don't think I would do it with my wife. That doesn't seem like why. What's the point?
Taylor Swift,
and we spelled program, P-R-O-G-U-M. Yeah, it's where the hard dudes are. I just found that board there. It was in.
It's in the drops page that I use.
Oh, that's your drops page?
Yeah, that's where I clipped off.
I thought it was another show's drops page. I'm
No,
like, why
it's
do they have
mine.
so many clips of us?
It's mine.
I was starting to get my feelings hurt for a second. Yeah, that's great. I love that page. That's a good little page.
There's
right
some
there.
good stuff on there.
There is some good stuff on there. Love that. All right, welcome back.
I started adding a couple others to a different page.
Brother, that's on you.
You can take your Halloween and shove it up your little kid ass.
I think there might be soaking going on.
Oh, dear. Well, we've been around a long time. We've got a lot of clips. We've said a lot of dumb stuff.
And those are all the ones you just played, those are all clips since I've been producing. So there's a treasure trove of others that predated me.
Yeah, the retired clips. I mean, there's a whole library of them.
The one that we played, and at this point it's a few months ago, that Lynch bleeped out the spelling of of you and Suk and his name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
You want that?
It's so good.
I love playing this.
I love it.
Minute and 5. Easy listen. I'm gonna do this one first.
Okay.
Do you know how to spell my name?
What?
Spell my name.
R-O-P-P.
My first name.
Yeah, Isaac.
Spell it.
Why?
He doesn't know how to spell my name.
It's I-S-S. No, you
That's
use the other. Wait.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
No, it's the other.
I know, I do this every time.
God, you're a piece of All right.
The bottle next time, Sue. Come on.
No,
it's
not-
Isaac. Oh.
It's not 2 S's, it's 2 A's.
Yeah, that's
So-
right. It's not what it says here, but yeah, that's right.
What?
It's Isaac.
Oh, yeah. It's
Yeah.
I-S-A-A-C.
Yeah.
Okay. I always do that. I always do 2 S's,
Oh,
but it's not.
that's
It's
cool.
2 A's.
Yeah, that's not.
Spell my last name, f***er.
S-C-U-K-A-N-E-C.
Damn it.
It's not fucking hard.
All right, well, either way. I got it. It just took me a second.
No, you did
I
not.
always put 2 S's
You don't know how to spell my name. Look at that.
I-S-A-A-C.
Damn it, you. That's very real. That was a real thing.
Every time.
Yeah, it's a great clip because it's Lynch was just rolling. We were taping a spot. Lynch was just rolling, and he did not know how to. That was like 3 years ago.
That's a great, authentic peek behind the curtain.
God, I have noticed something about him lately, and I've told him this.
Okay.
I've been with him for 20 plus years, and I have noticed only in the last that clip helped, but he is oblivious. He is way more oblivious than you think he is.
Oblivious to what?
Just
Detail
anything going
or
on
like-
around him. Like, for example, I have been griping about cleaning supplies in here forever.
Okay.
One day he comes in and he wants cleaning supplies because Danny was sick. And he goes to the boss and bitches about it. I'm like, Suk, I've been on this for like months.
Did he know that you'd been
Yes,
asked?
of course. We talk about it all the time. Like, he's oblivious.
Or I guess that's the part he's oblivious about.
No, he doesn't. That dude is in his own world. And we all are in our own ways. Sukanik is in his own world way more than he leads on. I think he kind of fakes life. How about that?
Whoa.
Well, I mean, I love him. I'm not trying to.
I'm trying to wrap my head around.
I'm not trying to be a D. I just think he's just this like. He's just going around doing his own thing, not really paying attention to much of it. He doesn't care about anything other than.
He's just on his own.
He's just in his own head.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, and he fakes, like when he has to turn it on, he turns it on. He's great about it. But he's just, I don't know, man. Sometimes he's in La La Land. He didn't know, like, how do you not know how to spell my name? We've been together for so long.
Especially when every, like, email
unbelievable.
signature or whatever is like.
That's what I mean. It's like, dude.
It's like Primetime with Isaac and Suk. It's part of the branding. It's everywhere.
Like, you have never taken note of that ever? That's what I mean. And you'd be surprised. I'm telling you, you'd be surprised how little he pays attention to much of anything, particularly around here. But that's the beauty of him. We love our big zucchini.
Darn right.
Brother, that's on you.
There was another one I had the other day that I was like, are you serious? Have you not been paying attention? And then I was like, oh, yeah. No, you haven't.
I bought the cock and then I released it.
Well, anyway. Let's get on track here. I've got several things for you.
Where do you want to start? Or do you want to start on the other side of the break?
Well, we're going to start on the other side, but I've got Girl Scout cookie news that may surprise you.
Okay. I love Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah. Well, who doesn't? They're great.
Psychopaths.
Why bearded men are sexier?
Nice.
It's science, basically.
My wife basically doesn't want to ever see my clean face. She's like, no, keep the beard, do not shave.
I know, isn't that weird nowadays?
Yeah.
You have a beard for long enough, nobody wants to see you clean shaven. Yeah. It used to be clean shaven, it's like, that was, well, it still kind of is with the olds, but.
Yeah, not as many old, just kind of regular beards.
Yeah, you just had to be clean shaven.
Yeah.
It just was unacceptable not to be. And now, it's kind of weird when you got a clean face. I don't want to see your clean face.
Fair enough.
And men are actually better at this than women, study says. Those are the things I want to get to. What we get to, we'll see. It is 6:19 on The Fan.
Play golf where it's always warm.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
1080 The Fan invites you to play in the first annual Fan Winter Golf Classic at X Golf Tualatin and X Golf Vancouver, Tuesday, February 27th.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for paying attention.
So, not a new water bottle.
Definitely not new. Anyway, we love the big fella. He'll be back on Monday. Club question, this on the Vancouver Fort text line. How long does a movie need to be out before nobody can complain about you spoiling the plot? The other day, someone snapped at me for almost spoiling Vanilla Sky.
First of all, who cares about Vanilla Sky? But also, that is a ridiculous window to be mad about. Wasn't that movie like 2001 or something?
Yeah,
it's
he says
so old.
It came out in 2001.
Gosh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. That's a good question though. How long can a movie be out before you? I mean,
I think it needs to be out for a period of time which people could have streamed it at home or seen it on, like purchased it at home, like out of the theaters. Would you agree? Or do you think if you missed it in the theaters, the window's closed?
So like Oppenheimer is getting ready to start streaming?
Yeah.
We still can't. We shouldn't spoil Oppenheimer yet, should we?
I wouldn't think so.
Until it streams.
I mean, I'm inclined to say like a year, basically.
Yeah, I think it's a long time too.
But it's not 23 years for Vanilla Sky.
Now, what about like when a show ends, the show airs its finale, and
that's tough too.
Everybody's talking about it.
It feels like when those moments happen that are not viral, but that society or all the social media is all kind of focused on simultaneously, it's hard to avoid not knowing. And if everyone's talking about it, then I guess you could too.
Yeah.
But the next day, no. The day after that, no. I mean, I feel like with TV, the window seems way shorter than with movies, maybe, but I don't know.
Or you could just not be a communist and watch it when the rest of us watch.
Sure, you could watch Vanilla Sky any of the last 23 years. It didn't have to be this
why
year.
now? And what bad luck you run into the one guy who spoils Vanilla Sky.
I'm trying to think of the type of person that would be upset that Vanilla Sky got spoiled for them. Does that mean that they were planning on seeing it for 23 years and just hadn't? Like, I don't feel sympathy for you.
I don't even know what that is. Is Tom Cruise in that?
It's a weird, trippy Tom Cruise.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Alternate reality movie.
Stupid.
It's not. I mean, it was artsy.
Have you seen Oppenheimer?
I have not seen Oppenheimer yet.
Neither. I watched Barbie. I thought Barbie was great.
I watched Barbie as well. Well, most of Barbie.
Good movie.
Yeah.
Pretty funny.
It was funny. I think I had heard so much about it and what all was great about it so much before I saw it that it was pretty much exactly what I expected. Didn't make it not good, but it wasn't as exciting to see because everyone had said such great things.
Would you rather have a disease that makes you say every thought that ever crossed your mind, or a disease that makes you react very inappropriately to all the interactions that happen to you and around you?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
See, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
I can't act inappropriately. I don't.
Oh, see.
I would just say,
I think everyone has thoughts in their head that they don't want anybody else ever knowing.
I think that's definitely true. Look, this is not a good choice.
It's brutal.
But I think you can play off your thoughts as jokes. I think there's
maybe
I don't like the attention.
What if I don't think you can make that stipulation. I think the idea is your unfiltered thoughts are hitting the masses anytime you have them. That is, I mean, anything that crosses your mind.
It's not good, but you have to. It says,
but at least like if you respond inappropriately to social situations, like at least the people can be like, man, there just must be something off with that guy. Instead of like, what is wrong with it? Like, why would you think that?
I don't know. Maybe it would be kind of liberating to say everything that you think.
Only if everyone else is doing it, man. I need to know that there are other people who are way worse.
You'd burn a lot of bridges.
Oh, yes, you would. No one would have friends.
Yeah, we'd all just be. I'd just stay inside. I wouldn't go out. Or maybe you'd become like, oh man, we love that guy. All he does is tell the truth. He's great.
Well, I mean, we're kind of describing the plot of Liar, Liar. Do you remember that with Jim Carrey? Where he just had to say everything.
The pen is blue.
Yeah.
That's a great movie. Very underrated movie.
I completely agree. That thing was hilarious start to finish. He was perfect for that role.
All right. Where were we? I don't even know. Now we got to take another break. Okay. Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah.
I have something to tell you about Girl Scout cookies that may surprise you. That is next. Here's Buck.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
I think
they're a top 3 for me.
I think top 3 what? Girl Scout
Girl
cookie?
Scout cookie.
Oh, what are your other 2?
Samoas and tagalongs.
Oh.
Samoas are easily my number 1 personal favorite.
I like the lemon ones. What are the lemon ones called? Those are so good.
I don't remember. I like those too, but no, my unequivocal top 3 are Samoas, Thin Mints, tagalongs.
Well, it's Girl Scout cookie season.
Hell yeah.
And I was reading, there was a tweet about this that kind of went viral because everybody's like, what? And it is the fact that, did you know that Girl Scout cookies, they have 2 different bakeries, and depending on where you live, your cookies will be different. Did you know that? So like Thin Mints to me, that is
different how?
Well, I'll tell you. So Thin Mints, that is the best Girl Scout cookie, and it's not even really debatable, the Thin Mint.
I get why it's the most universally liked. I prefer the Samoa to the Thin Mint, but it isn't. Thin Mint is a perfect cookie.
It is a perfect cookie. You're right. And the Thin Mint...
And it's perfect in its simplicity.
Yeah, it's just great. And you get those bags of them. There's 2 bags in a box. There is 0 chance that I don't eat an entire sleeve in one sitting. Like I cannot... You put Thin Mints in the cupboard, they're gone. They'll be gone by the evening.
Yeah, I knew Thin Mints were good because my dad, who never liked desserts, would always devour them.
Yeah, that's how you know they're good. Doesn't like desserts.
But
loves
Thin Mints. I love the Thin Mints, though. Do you put yours in the freezer, too?
No.
Have you ever done that?
No.
It's really great. Put a sleeve
Why?
in it.
Why would I do that?
Something about, like, the cookie doesn't change in structure at all, but there's, like, a coolness to the mint. It's delightful.
So the Thin Mint from Little Brownie Bakers, which is interesting because Kansas is the other one, ABC Bakers, but Oregon is Little Brown Bakers. It's the Thin Mints that I'm used to. There's one Thin Mint that you get that has holes in it, or it has like dimples on the top. That has never been my Thin Mints, but that's from the other bakery.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, and then there are different names like Samoa's. Yeah, you said you like the Samoa.
Yeah, did they change that?
Well, no, it's from the other. It's called something else from the other bakery.
Okay.
It's the Caramel Delight.
That's right. I remember hearing that was an alternative name for it.
Yeah.
I think that at one point they thought that Samoa's was like cultural appropriation or something like that. Like,
oh, really?
Like there was something wrong with the name Samoa's at some point. But I think we're back to that. I don't know.
Okay. Well, the Do-si-dos, the peanut butter ones, they're Do-si-dos in some parts of the country, and they're PB sandwich in other parts of the country.
PB sandwich?
Yeah, that's what they call
No,
it.
PB sandwich is you putting peanut butter on bread. That's a PB sandwich.
And by the way, can we talk about that cookie? That's a bastard cookie. Peanut butter's gross.
The thing is, whoa. Peanut butter is not gross.
I said it. I have courage.
Peanut butter belongs with chocolate 9 times out of 10.
Well, now, if you're talking Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, that's another level.
I think chocolate peanut butter anything is better than plain chocolate anything.
That's crazy.
No, it's the best.
That's crazy.
That cookie, you're right, is a bastard cookie. If you're going peanut butter, you're going the tag-along. You're going with like the graham cracker bottom and then the creamy peanut butter and the chocolate covered. But the sandwich, get out of here with that. That doesn't even come close to meeting what I think the standard the rest of them set.
Yeah, you're pissed about that, and I love that. Rightly so.
It's just not that good.
Yeah, so there are different lists of cookies. And when you order, depending on who your little Girl Scout is, the list of available cookies depends on where you live. So the local Girl Scout council chooses which bakery to partner with.
So they're like geographic
correct
regions for these cookies.
Well, but there's really no. I looked at the map. There's really no rhyme or reason to it.
Really?
In other words.
Oh, so it's not like that's weird.
Well, ABC Bakers has a lot of the Midwest, and a lot of the West has Little Brownie Bakers.
Okay.
But it's all scattered. I don't know. I don't understand. My whole world's been turned upside down. I probably won't buy Girl Scout cookies this year.
I will buy all 3 of the ones that I mentioned, plus probably some others. They tried to roll out some new ones in the last couple of years, and they weren't very good.
Yeah.
There was like a weird raspberry one.
Why'd they do that?
I don't know. Probably to make more money, at least they thought.
Well, they started baking those bad boys in 1917. Did you know that?
I did not.
They go all the way back to 1917.
That's like,
I mean,
that's World War I.
I know. Imagine living in that time but also having Thin Mints. You know, like what a great thing in an otherwise not so modern world.
Yeah. So, do you like the lemonades or the lemon ups?
See, I think where I'm used to them being called, I think the lemonades.
Okay.
And those are the little. There's 2 lemon ones, I think.
Yeah, I think lemonade. So lemonade says savory, refreshing shortbread cookies topped with tangy lemon flavored icing.
Shortbread, yes, love those. Those are so good, so incredibly.
And lemon ups are uplifting because they're crispy lemon cookies baked with an inspiring message like "I am a leader."
Yeah. Okay. Those
being a cookie don't make you a leader.
Those are not as good. Those are a little bit more just like, I don't know. They're a little bit more plain. The first one, killer cookie. I don't even know. I got to refresh my memory on the list of Girl Scout cookies.
I just pulled them all up. So what we have in alphabetical order, this was the Adventurefuls. That was a new one that was introduced. That's like a peanut butter center on like a chocolate brownie bite with like a little drizzle on it. Don't need that.
What about the shortbreads? Those little, I mean, they're pretty basic.
They're real. They're
good.
It's really good for shortbread, but if I'm going to have a cookie, I would rather have the chocolate peanut butter or the Thin Mint or the Samoa. Apparently, there's cookies now called Toastier that are yummy toast-shaped cookies full of French toast flavor dipped in delicious icing.
French toast.
That's got to be new.
Ooh,
I've not heard of this.
That sounds great.
If you are making like cinnamon toast crunch in a cookie form, gimme. You a snickerdoodle guy?
Nom, nom, nom. No. What is that? I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, snickerdoodle's like a cinnamon flavored kind of sugar cookie. I'm sure you've had one.
Yeah, maybe. Fine. Cinnamon's fine. Not my favorite. Not the worst.
Yeah, I think that's about right for cinnamon. Is cinnamon
kind of
anyone's favorite?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. But that's what makes the Thin Mint great, is that I don't think mint is a lot of people's favorite, but it stands out as maybe the dominant Girl Scout cookie, despite mint not being everyone's favorite.
You studied this. I like it.
I have a lot of thoughts about edible snacks.
Hot takes. Now, how about this? This guy has texted this in a few times. I'll toss this one in here. Power rank the worst food items. Bread without butter. French toast without syrup. Pie without ice cream. Grilled cheese without tomato soup. Or cake without frosting.
Okay, there are like 3 that stand out as worse than the others for me.
I got one easy one on there.
As the
grilled cheese is great without tomato soup.
Yep, and great without soup, period. You can make a banging grilled cheese and it's just fine on its own.
That's right. So that's out.
Yeah, agreed.
So power rank, that's the bottom.
Yep.
Boy, bread without butter.
That's pretty brutal.
French toast without...
Because, I mean, that...
Pie's okay without ice cream.
Agreed. That would be my next one after grilled cheese, from the bottom up.
Yeah.
But then the other 3, they're all dryness issues.
So the other 3 are cake without frosting, French toast without syrup, or bread without butter.
I might go cake without icing next if I can just say if I know that it's a moist cake. Like if it's a well-made cake and not dry, that could be okay.
Maybe. I'm going to go French toast next.
Because
without syrup.
You can have it
you
a
can
little
eat
bit soft. I mean, by nature, with you like dipping it in the egg and stuff, it can be a little softer and a little gooier anyways on its own. So yeah, that's probably...
A little powdered sugar.
I guess bread with butter goes at the top of the list.
Yeah,
I didn't think that out of the gate, but I think it kind of just ends up there.
Like, yeah, why else would you eat bread without butter?
You know what? I could have I guess the question is, could you have other stuff with it? Like, I could have a slice of bread with cheese and not have any butter, and I'd be okay.
No, I don't. That's not in the spirit of the question.
No, I know.
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. Lots.
Yeah, I think that's how I'd rank those. All right.
We made quick work of that.
We sure did. Well, that's what we do here. Tough questions. Bring them to us.
You line them up, we'll knock them down.
Why bearded men are more attractive?
Hey-o.
Next on The Fan.
Duck fans, that was close.
Yeah, this decision.
is next level. It's so good. So season 3 premieres at some point this year. I thought they had a date, but maybe not.
Ooh, I didn't know that if there was a date. I hope it's soon.
Oh yeah, I guess producing it they were delayed due to that stupid strike.
Yeah.
So maybe late 2024, early 2025. I don't know. Good show. I need a new show to watch.
Well, yeah, I was earlier in one of the breaks. I was selling you on Fargo a little bit. I think that you would like the TV show Fargo.
I may give that a whirl.
They each season is kind of standalone, a little White Lotus like. Sometimes there's a through line that like connects them, but for the most part, you can watch them any of them standalone. And the first season is awesome.
I might give that a whirl. How many seasons?
There are 5 now. The most recent one just finished and starred John Hamm, Mad Men fame, and also starred Jude Temple, who was Keeley in Ted Lasso. She played an excellent Minnesota housewife. She was really good.
Okay. I've got my eye on Dumb Money, too. Have you watched that yet?
Haven't. Plan to.
Everybody's talking about that now.
Yeah.
All of a sudden. Not really sure why, but everybody seems to be mentioning it. So
I just keep seeing its name come up. I haven't even seen a trailer, so not really sure what to expect.
Yeah, it's about you know what it's about, though, right?
It's about rich people?
Well, no, it's about the GameStop thing.
Oh, I didn't realize it was just about that kind of
it's about that
Wall Street bet, Reddit, all that, like them help like pumping the GameStop. I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what it's about.
I'll give that a whirl.
What's his nuts is in it. Who's the goober that always dates all the hots? Saturday Night Live guy.
Oh, Pete Davidson?
Yeah, I think he's in there.
I had a boss whose wife jumped on that and made enough money to pay a mortgage payment.
Jumped on Pete Davidson?
No. A lot of women have wanted to do that, apparently. But no, jumped on the GameStop thing.
Oh, yeah?
And made a mortgage payment's worth.
Couple G's?
I guess.
All right. Good for her. Yeah, that was a whole thing.
I mean, I'd like to do that if it were possible. I guess it was possible for some.
Well, every time I hear about these things, it's way too late.
Yep.
When it gets to me.
once you get it, you're going to lose money.
Yeah. Well, I'm still holding on to Bitcoin. How about
Same.
that? I believe in it.
It's good long-term play.
All right, I'm not going to give you my beard story. We'll save that for next week. I know. Any weekend plan? Well, you don't have any. Why did I ask you that? You have a newborn and a 2-year-old.
And a Niners game.
Yeah.
So that's my weekend.
You're screwed.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? Not golfing.
Watch some football?
I have to put up house numbers.
Like on the outside of your house?
Yeah. I ordered some special house numbers.
Ooh. Are they the kind of the trendy new thin wire or not wire, but like wrought iron looking kind?
Yeah, they're pretty swanky, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I paid entirely too much money for them.
It probably makes your house value go up $50K at least.
I would think.
It's got to.
My wife's birthday is on Sunday.
Hey, happy birthday, Nurse Nice.
She turns 30 again. I'm gonna go to dinner. I'm gonna, for your Niners game, I'm gonna be at dinner. I don't know what
it's a 3:30 kick, so you would get
5:30.
most of the game, but you're not going to get the end.
Crap.
Unless you do the old go dark and watch it later and hope it doesn't get spoiled.
I could do that, or I could just put it under the table like in the commercial,
Yeah,
watch it.
That's an option too.
Pretend I'm listening to everything she's saying.
I tried that a lot on my parental leave.
Yeah?
Well, a lot of kid stuff on the TV, so if I want to watch my stuff, just checking the phone.
All right. Everybody have a great weekend, okay? Big Sook's back on Monday. Good to have Buckley back. We'll see you then. 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.
Ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all of your company spend